They never craved the spotlight, they never posed for cameras, but behind every major crime in New York, someone whispered their name. While other crime families bled headlines, the Genovese mastered the art of silence. No snitches, no slips, no mercy. For over a century, they ruled the American underworld from the shadows, the Ivy League of organized crime, invisible, untouchable, undefeated. This is the story of the Mafia's most feared and least understood empire, the silent giants, the Genovese family. Chapter 1. Bloodlines from Naples. The Mafia comes to America. The story of the Genovese family does not begin in a boardroom or back alley in New York. It begins across the Atlantic beneath the volcanic shadow of Mount Vesuvius. In the crumbling backstreets of Naples, in the late 19th century, Italy was bleeding. Southern families faced poverty, hunger, and corruption that stretched not just through government halls, but through the bones of everyday life. In these harsh conditions, the seeds of something darker were sown, something that would one day cross the ocean and quietly shape the underbelly of American power. That something was the Mafia. In Naples and nearby towns, men didn't trust the state. Justice was handled among themselves. Loyalty meant protection. Betrayal meant death. It was here that a loose collection of criminals, smugglers, and enforcers evolved into the Camorra, Naples' version of the Sicilian Mafia. This code of silence, this unspoken oath would travel with the men who left Italy behind, chasing the American dream with desperation and fire in their veins. At Ellis Island, America opened its arms to immigrants, but it also opened its streets to something else: opportunity without oversight. Between 1880 and 1920, more than 4 million Italians arrived in the United States. Most came for work, for dignity, for a better life, but among them came others, men whose ambitions weren't bound by labor or law. They came with names that would eventually echo in fear and folklore. One such name was Giuseppe Morello. Giuseppe the Clutch Hand Morello was born in Corleone, Sicily, but he would become one of the first true crime bosses in New York. Deformed in one hand, but ruthless in both business and violence, Morello had fled Italy after a string of forgeries and was no stranger to deceit. By the 1890s, he had settled in East Harlem, where the streets hummed with Italian voices and unspoken rules. There he began weaving a web of power that extended into tenements, storefronts, and the deepest shadows of the city's underworld. The Morello family, America's first known mafia clan, formed not out of ideology, but out of necessity. Morello saw opportunity in disorganization. Immigrants were vulnerable. The police didn't speak Italian, and businessmen had few protections unless they paid for it themselves. Protection, of course, came with a price. Morello offered it, and if you refused to pay, you found your name in a letter, often with a black hand drawn in ink. Sometimes you'd be found in a barrel. The barrel murders shocked New York and gave the American press their first taste of organized Italian crime. Victims were found stuffed inside barrels, mutilated, and left on street corners. It was brutality without apology. And for Giuseppe Morello, it was business. These killings weren't just revenge. They were messages. They said one thing clearly: there's a new order in town, and it doesn't ask twice. Law enforcement had never seen anything like this. Detectives struggled to piece together a world where witnesses refused to speak and corpses turned up with signs of ritual and purpose. The American justice system was unprepared for the silence. The layers of loyalty, the invisible hierarchy that operated like a government of ghosts. What they didn't yet understand was that this wasn't just a gang. This was something more. Enduring, a structure, a code, a family, Morello's empire at its peak, extended from East Harlem to Little Italy and into the Bronx. He operated counterfeiting rings, extortion networks, and loan-sharking operations that blended into the rhythms of immigrant life. He used his relatives and in-laws to build a criminal dynasty. And among those relatives was a man named Ignacio Lupo, the Wolf Citajes, brother-in-law and partner, known for his volcanic temper and love of bloodshed. Together, Morello and Lupo formed the backbone of what would later evolve into the Genovese family, but in these early years their power was chaotic and often public. The killings were frequent. The arrests were clumsy. The organization was still learning how to survive, how to evolve beyond thuggery into a hidden force that could not just escape justice, but manipulate it. By 1909, federal authorities finally managed to crack into Morello's counterfeiting operation. Using an informant and the growing resources of the Secret Service, agents built a case that led to Morello's conviction. He was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison. Lupo was also convicted. For a moment, the shadow seemed to lift from East Harlem, but it was an illusion. Because the roots had already spread, Morello's arrest didn't destroy the Mafia, it matured it. It forced the next generation of mobsters to adapt, to organize, to think long-term. As Morello faded from the picture, others began to rise. And at the edges of that power vacuum, a young man was watching. Charles "Lucky" Luciano. Luciano, born in Sicily and raised on the streets of Lower Manhattan, had seen the Morello family's methods firsthand. He saw the violence, but he also saw its limitations. Luciano believed in evolution. He believed the Mafia could be more than just rackets and revenge. It could be a business, a system, an empire. Still, he never forgot the men who came before. Him, Morello, despite his fall, left a blueprint, not just for violence, but for control. Control over neighborhoods, control over police, control over silence. In the years following Morello's imprisonment, the Italian underworld fractured, then reassembled. New gangs emerged, old alliances shifted, and behind closed doors a deeper hierarchy began to form. The structure that would become the Five Families was already being whispered about in pool halls and funeral homes, where men kissed on the cheek and swore oaths in the dark. Meanwhile, East Harlem remained a fertile ground. The Black Hand extortion continued under other names. The tenements still paid their taxes in silence, and though Morello was locked away, his influence pulsed through the streets like an echo, faint but impossible to ignore. By the early 1920s, Prohibition changed everything. With alcohol illegal, organized crime found its gold mine, and the lessons learned from Morello's early empire secrecy. Hierarchy, loyalty became essential tools in this new era of wealth and bloodshed. The Mafia had been born in Naples and Sicily, but it had found its future in America. And in the heart of that future stood the foundations laid by Giuseppe Morello, the clutch hand, the first boss of bosses, the man who taught New York what fear could buy. But the Genovese name had not yet been born. That would come later. What we see in these early years is not the dynasty itself, but its origin myth, the soil from which it would grow, the code forged in fire and silence that would be passed from one generation to the next. As Morello aged behind bars and Luciano plotted his rise, the next phase of the Mafia loomed on the horizon. It would be smarter, quieter, more calculating. It would wear suits instead of scars, and it would make sure that names like Morello were never forgotten, not because of fame, but because of fear. The Genovese family would eventually become the most secretive, most insulated of the 5 families. But its foundation was anything but quiet. It was built on barrels and blackmail, on immigrants struggling to survive, on men like Giuseppe Morello, who carved a legacy into the bones of New York City, one murder, one scheme, one silent oath at a time, and in the stillness of East Harlem's early mornings, where the butcher shops opened before dawn and children played stickball beneath hanging laundry, something dark was always watching, waiting, growing, a shadow that would one day become the Mafia's most silent giant. Chapter 2. The Barrel Murders and the First Boss. Before organized crime became an institution in America, before the Commission, the 5 families, or the multi-billion-dollar rackets that fueled them, there was blood in barrels. And behind that blood was one man, Giuseppe Morello. If the Mafia had a founding father in the New World, it wasn't a visionary. It was a butcher. The year was 1903. New York City was bursting at the seams with immigrants, ambition, and chaos. The streets of East Harlem and Little Italy were packed with newly arrived Italian men and women seeking work, survival, and something better than the poverty they had fled. But beneath the chatter of vendors, the clang of streetcars, and the noise of children playing stickball, there was something else, something darker. An empire was taking root, not in marble buildings, but in back rooms and alleys. It was built not with contracts, but with silence and fear. Giuseppe Morello stood at the center of it all, known to his enemies and allies as the Clutch Hand, a nickname earned from a withered right hand that curled into a permanent club. Morello had transformed East Harlem into a small kingdom. His throne was a modest office behind a grocery store. His scepter was fear. His law was murder. He didn't come from power. He came from survival. Born in Corleone, Sicily, Morello understood early that in a world ruled by corruption and brutality, brutality was often the only answer. When he arrived in America in the 1890s, he found a world that was, in many ways, just as desperate as the one he had left behind. But it was also one filled with opportunities for those who understood how to bend the rules or break them. Morello quickly assembled a crew of men who were loyal not to ideals, but to him. Many were fellow Sicilians, tough, silent men who understood the old ways. They made their money through extortion, counterfeiting, and loan sharking, but it was their tactics that set them apart. Where other gangs relied on fists and knives, Morello used something else starer. The method was simple and chilling. Man would disappear. Days later, a barrel would be found, sometimes in the gutter, sometimes on a busy street corner, sometimes floating in the river. Inside, crammed like refuse, would be a body, mutilated, folded, decomposing. Often the faces were destroyed beyond recognition. The barrels weren't just a way to dispose of enemies. They were warnings, messages, symbols of a power that demanded no explanation. In April of 1903, one of these barrels appeared on a street in Lower Manhattan. It was tightly sealed and left in plain sight, as if begging to be noticed. When police pried it open, they found the remains of Benedetto Madonia, a low-level counterfeiter who had recently fallen out of favor with Morello's crew. His throat had been slashed, his body was stabbed repeatedly, his corpse was crammed into the barrel. In pieces, the press had never seen anything like it. Headlines screamed across the city: "Barrel Murder Mystery," "Black Hand Butchery," "Italian Secret Societies." Panic rippled through the immigrant neighborhoods. The Italian community, already marginalized now, found itself under a cloud of suspicion. And for the police, the case was both an opportunity and a nightmare. Detective Joseph Petrosino, one of the first Italian-American officers in the NYPD, was put on the case. Petrosino knew the language, he knew the neighborhoods, but more importantly, he understood the silence. The culture of omerta in these communities, the fear of retaliation, was stronger than any promise of justice. Still, Petrosino persisted. He traced the murder back to a property linked to Morello's crew. There, he uncovered evidence of a counterfeiting ring and a gruesome kill room complete with barrels. Morello was arrested, along with several of his associates, but the case quickly unraveled. Witnesses vanished or refused to testify. Evidence was circumstantial. The defense painted the police as biased and corrupt, and in the end, Morello walked. The charges were dropped. No one paid for the murder of Benedetto Madonia, but the message was clear. The Black Hand was real, and Morello was untouchable. In the years that followed, the barrel murders continued. Dozens of bodies appeared across the city, often in the same gruesome condition, dismembered, stuffed, forgotten, and yet no one dared speak the name behind them, not publicly. What made Morello's reign so terrifying wasn't just the violence. It was the precision. He ran his operations like a business. He employed family members to keep control tight. His brother-in-law, Ignazio Lupo the Wolf, Sita, served as his enforcer, known for his hair-trigger, temper, and love of blood. Together, they created one of the first true hierarchies in American organized crime. There were bosses, underbosses, and soldiers. Rules were enforced without hesitation. Trust was currency, and betrayal was punished with death. But even as bodies piled up, Morello expanded. He entered new rackets. Counterfeiting, especially, became a gold mine. His crew printed fake currency so convincingly it often passed undetected through banks and shops. The operation stretched from New York to Louisiana to Italy. It wasn't just crime, it was international. By 1909, federal authorities finally made a breakthrough. The Secret Service, then responsible for tracking counterfeiters, launched an operation that led to Morello's arrest once again. This time, they had the evidence. They had tracked the movement of fake currency, intercepted letters, and secured informants. Giuseppe Morello was convicted and sentenced to 25 years in federal prison. But prison didn't erase his influence. The foundation he built, fear, loyalty, and structure, remained intact. His crew continued operating. The code he instilled, the silence. The discipline was passed on. And most importantly, The model he created became the blueprint for everything that followed. The barrel murders faded from headlines, but they never faded from memory. They were more than just killings. They were a language, a ritual, a demonstration that in this new world, Italian organized crime wasn't just surviving, it was thriving. It was evolving, and it was learning how to disappear. The brutality of the early years gave way to something more sophisticated, but it was always there. Just beneath the surface, the willingness to kill, to destroy, to terrify. This is what made Morello the first true boss. Not his charisma, not his cunning, but his understanding of power. Real power. The kind that doesn't scrim, it whispers. The kind that doesn't ask, takes. Giuseppe Morello never lived to see the full rise of the Mafia in America. After his release from prison in 1920, he returned briefly to the underworld, only to be murdered in 1930 caught in the crossfire of a new war among bosses. But by then, the damage was done. The machine he had helped build was already unstoppable. His name faded from public consciousness, overshadowed by flashier gangsters like Al Capone or Lucky Luciano. But within the Mafia itself, Morello remained a legend, a pioneer, a warning. His legacy was blood in a barrel and silence in the streets. And from that legacy, a dynasty was born. The Genovese family would later perfect what Morello began. They would refine it, polish it, hide it behind suits and smiles. But at its core, it was still the same thing. A brutal, unflinching pursuit of power, a system where fear was more effective than law, and where loyalty was more sacred than life. This is how the Genovese story begins, not in grandeur, but in gore, not in myth, but in murder. The barrels are gone now, the bodies long buried, but the shadow they cast stretches still quiet, cold and watching, because the first boss did not just build a family. He built the silence it still lives in. Chapter 3. The Rise of Charles Lucky Luciano in the Grim Corridors of New York's Criminal Underworld. Power was never inherited without blood. It had to be seized-ripped from the hands of men who clung to it with fists hardened by violence and paranoia. By the 1920s, the old guard of Mafia leadership ruled with arrogance, tradition, and brute force. But beneath their feet, a new kind of gangster was rising, smarter, smoother, and ruthlessly efficient. His name was Charles Lucky Luciano, and he wouldn't just take power, he would rewrite the very architecture of organized crime in America. Luciano didn't come from a throne. He came from the dirt. Born Salvatore Lucania in Leccara Friddi, Sicily, in 1897, he immigrated to the United States as a child. His family settled on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, where poverty was as common as cigarette smoke and survival was a daily ritual. It was there, on those crowded tenement streets, that young Luciano first tasted the chaos of American life and saw the raw, unfiltered world of street gangs, hustlers, and backroom deals. By the time he was a teenager, Luciano had already embraced a life of crime. He ran numbers, sold heroin, shook down store owners, but unlike many of the young thugs around him, Luciano possessed something rare. Vision. He understood that crime didn't need to be sloppy or impulsive. It could be structured, it could be organized, and it could be massive. Luciano's early career was shaped by two, Menjo the boss, Masseria, and Salvatore Maronzi. Both were old-world Mafia dons who had risen to power by enforcing Sicilian codes of honor, tribal loyalty, and unchecked brutality. Mafia controlled a powerful faction of Italian-American gangsters in New York and eventually brought Luciano into his circle. At first, it was a mutually beneficial relationship. Luciano had connections, charisma, and the ability to work with non-Italians, something Mafia despised but couldn't ignore. But cracks soon appeared. Luciano was not like the men who came before him. He didn't see loyalty as sacred. He saw it as leverage. He believed the future of organized crime wasn't in old-world vendettas, but in modern rackets, prostitution, bootlegging, gambling, all streamlined into a corporate structure. And, most importantly, he believed in inclusion. Jews, Irish, Italian, if you could earn and stay quiet, you had a place. This mindset put him at odds with Mafia, who ran his empire like a feudal lord. When the Castellamarese War broke out in the early 1930s, violent, bloody conflict between Mafia and rival boss Salvatore Maranzano, Luciano saw his opportunity. He wasn't interested in choosing sides. He was interested in ending the war, and whoever stood in the way would be sacrificed. First came Mafia. Luciano, now playing both sides, pretended loyalty while secretly plotting his mentor's downfall. On April 15, 1931, Luciano invited Mafia to a card game at Nuova Villa Tamaro, a restaurant in Coney Island, as the two men played cards. Luciano excused himself to the restroom. What happened next was brutal and swift. Gunmen burst into the room and riddled Mafia with bullets, leaving his lifeless body slumped over the card table, a half-eaten plate of pasta cooling beside him. The hit sent shockwaves through the underworld. But it wasn't just was revolution. Luciano had eliminated the boss who no longer fit the future, and now he turned to Maranzano. At first, Maranzano believed Luciano was an ally. After Mafia's death, Maranzano declared himself capo di tutti capi, boss of all bosses. He began reorganizing the Mafia along military lines, assigning ranks and demanding absolute loyalty. But Luciano saw in Maranzano the same rot he had just disposed of, another tyrant trapped in the past, clinging to Sicilian customs in a city that had outgrown them. Within months, Luciano struck again. On September 10, 1931, Maranzano was murdered. In his office at the New York Central Building, the killers posed as government agents, walked past the guards, and stabbed and shot Maranzano to death in broad daylight. With that, the last of the old guard was gone. The old world had bled out. On the marble floors of a midtown office, and the modern American Mafia was born. Luciano wasted no time. With the blood still drying, he moved quickly to fill the vacuum of power. But unlike his predecessors, he didn't crown himself supreme leader. Instead, he created something far more dangerous, a system. Luciano established the Commissioner, governing body made up of the heads of the most powerful Mafia families in the country. There would be no more bosses of bosses. No more unilateral power. Each family, New York's 5, plus others in Chicago and Buffalo, would have representation. Disputes would be settled diplomatically. Murders would require approval. And territory would be respected. It was a stunning innovation. For the first time in American history, organized crime had centralized leadership. The Mafia was no longer a loose collection of ethnic gangs and warring factions. It was a corporation, a machine, and Luciano was its architect. He also formalized the 5 families of New York, Luciano's own organization. Along with the families led by Joseph Bonanno, Tommy Giuliano, Vincent Mangano, and Joseph Profaci, these 5 pillars would dominate the city's underworld for the next half-century and beyond. And among them, Luciano's family, later to be known as the Genovese family, would become the most secretive and enduring of them all. But Luciano's genius wasn't just in structure, it was in foresight. He understood that lasting power didn't come from fear alone, it came from influence. He forged deep alliances with Jewish gangsters like Meyer Lansky and Benjamin Bugsy Siegelman, who controlled casinos, real estate, and unions. Together, they built a criminal empire that spanned from Havana to Hollywood. Under Luciano's vision, organized crime flourished. Bootlegging turned into union racketeering. Gambling operations expanded across state lines. The Mafia infiltrated construction, sanitation, garment districts, and longshoremen's unions. Money flowed like water. Politicians were bought. Judges were bribed. And through it all, Luciano stayed one step ahead, strategic, charming, and lethal when necessary. But no empire is safe forever. In 1936, Special Prosecutor Thomas E. Dewey launched a campaign to bring Luciano down. Dewey targeted Luciano's control of prostitution in New York, assembling testimony from dozens of women, some coerced, others vengeful. The case was controversial, thin in places, but effective. Luciano was convicted and sentenced to 30 to 50 years in prison. He was sent to the infamous Dannemora prison, cut off from the empire he had built. But even behind bars, Luciano's influence did not fade. He continued to control his family through intermediaries. He consulted, he advised, and he waited. During World War II, his patience paid off. Concerned about sabotage on the docks and espionage along the East Coast, the U.S. government made a secret deal with Luciano. In exchange for his help in securing the ports and protecting American interests, Luciano was transferred to a more comfortable prison and eventually deported to Italy in 1946. He would never again set foot in the United States, but his system, his legacy, his architecture of power remained. The commission endured. The 5 families prospered, and the Genovese family, though it would bear another man's name, would always be his masterpiece. Charles "Lucky" Luciano didn't just take over the Mafia, he redefined it. He shattered the mold of the old world boss and replaced it with a model that combined tradition with capitalism, blood with bureaucracy. He killed kings and built a parliament, and in doing so, he laid the foundation for the most powerful criminal network in American history. He died in 1962 of a heart attack while meeting with a film producer who wanted to tell his life story. Fitting, perhaps, that the man who made gangsters into legends would end his life at the edge of the spotlight. But Luciano didn't need a movie. His story was already written to the streets of New York, into the shadows of power, and into the bones of a family that would one day become the Genovese. And so, in the vacuum left by blood and betrayal, a new era began. One that would be quieter, smarter, colder. The old bosses had ruled with fists and fury. Luciano ruled with vision, and history would never be the same. Chapter 4: Murder, Inc. and the Commission is born. In the aftermath of blood-soaked betrayals, New York City's underworld stood at a crossroads. The old regime, built on Sicilian customs, rigid hierarchies, and unrelenting violence, had collapsed under the weight of its own brutality. The bodies of Joe Masseria and Salvatore Maranzano had barely gone cold when Charles Lucky, Luciano, emerged from the shadows not as a king, but as an architect. He didn't want to rule the Mafia with an iron fist. He wanted to structure it like a corporation. He didn't seek a crown. He built a boardroom, and in that boardroom he planted the seeds of something revolutionary. The Mafia had always operated on chaos. Regional bosses ruled like warlords. Disputes often ended with bullets. Loyalty was a fragile currency, and turf wars turned neighborhoods into battlefields. Luciano saw the cracks, he saw the waste, he saw the blood loss, and he saw a future where violence became policy, not impulse. Where the Mafia would no longer be an ethnic gang hidden in the back rooms of tenement cities, but a national enterprise, quiet, efficient, and invisible. In 1931, that vision took form. Luciano summoned the top crime bosses from around the country: New York, Chicago, Cleveland, Buffalo, Philadelphia, and proposed a council, a commission, no more boss of all bosses. That title had died with Maranzano. From now on, power would be shared, decisions would be made collectively. Murder would be strategic, not emotional. The 5 families of New York, Luciano's own family, along with the Buonanno, Mangano, Profaccia, and Gagliano families, would become permanent seats at the table. Other regional powers would have rotating influence. It was a stunning moment. In the history of American organized crime, for the first time, the Mafia had a constitution of sorts, a structure, an invisible government with rules, protocols, and accountability. If a boss wanted to eliminate someone, he needed approval. If 2 families had a dispute, the commission would mediate. It was, in essence, a criminal senate where bloodshed was debated before it was spilled. But even a system this intricate needed enforcement. And so, in the dark corners of Brooklyn and the back rooms of Brownsville, another entity was born. One that operated without hesitation, without identity, and without mercy. It came to be known as Murder Incorporated. Murder, Inc. was not a myth. It was not a movie invention. It was real, and it was deadly. At its core, it was a contract-killing agency, an outsourced enforcement wing that took orders directly from the bosses, carrying out hits approved by the commission with mechanical precision. The shooters were mostly Jewish and Italian mobsters, handpicked for their loyalty and efficiency. Names like Louis Lepp, Buhalter, Abe Kidd, Twist Reels, and Albert TikTok Tannenbaum became whispered warnings on the street. They didn't leave notes. They didn't issue threats. They simply arrived. People died. Their targets weren't just rivals or traitors. They included informants, thieves, even fellow mobsters who had stepped out of line. One minute, a man was drinking coffee in a Brooklyn cafe. The next, he was lying in the gutter with 2 bullets in his skull. No witnesses, no signatures, just silence. That was their calling card. The organization's headquarters was disturbingly mundane, a candy store called Midnight Roses in Brownsville. From there, Murder Inc. coordinated hundreds of assassinations across the country. Some estimates put the body count in the high hundreds, all untraceable, all sanctioned. What made Murder Inc. so terrifying was not just its reach, but its cold professionalism. The killers were given a name, a location, and a method. Sometimes it was a knife, sometimes a rope, sometimes a silenced pistol. The instructions were carried out without hesitation, and the shooters rarely even knew the reason for the kill. They didn't need to. The order came from the commission. That was reason enough. Behind it all, Luciano remained a step removed. He didn't give the orders directly. That was the genius of his system, plausible deniability at every level. The bosses approved a hit. The order went down the chain. Murder Inc. executed it. If law enforcement caught wind of anything, the trail went cold long before it reached the top. The results were undeniable. For nearly a decade, organized crime operated with stunning efficiency. There were fewer wars, fewer high-profile killings, and significantly less public attention. The Mafia expanded into labor unions, garment industries, nightclubs, and shipping. Docks they controlled, who loaded the cargo, who built the buildings, who picked up the trash. Every dollar passed through invisible hands, and those hands all answered to the commission. Luciano's transformation of the Mafia didn't just preserve its power, it professionalized its. He introduced the concept of crime as business, predictable, organized, long-term. Violence was no longer the language of passion, it was an economic tool. If someone interfered with revenue, they were removed. If someone brought heat, they were silenced. It was cold calculus, and it worked. But no system is immune to pressure. And eventually, the world outside began to close in. In 1935, a determined special prosecutor named Thomas E. Dewey began dismantling Murder Inc., piece by piece. His investigation into labor, racketeering, and organized violence led him to Louis Lep Buchalter, the operational brain behind the killings. The walls closed in fast. Informants flipped. One of them, Abe Reels, became the highest-ranked mobster to cooperate with law enforcement at the time. His testimony shattered the myth of Murder Inc.'s invincibility. But just before Reels could testify in court, he mysteriously fell from a window at the Half Moon Hotel in Coney Island. Officially, it was labeled a suicide. Unofficially, it was the Mafia's last gift. To him, a reminder that silence was the only protection anyone had. The exposure of Murder Inc. was a black eye for the commission. It showed that even the most carefully crafted systems had cracks, and it showed that Luciano's greatest invention had become too visible, too public, too dangerous. Within a year, the organization was disbanded. Its killers scattered. Some went to prison, others vanished. The blood trail had grown too wide, but the commission endured. Luciano, by then, had become a legend both to law enforcement and to the underworld. He had taken chaos and carved it into order. He had turned street gangs into national networks, and through it all he had remained largely untouchable, until 1936, when Thomas Dewey finally caught up to him, using testimony from sex workers and mid-level mobsters. Dewey indicted Luciano on charges of compulsory prostitution. The case was controversial and murky. Luciano denied any connection to the prostitution rings, but the jury didn't need more than Dewey's momentum and a parade of witnesses. Luciano was convicted and sentenced to 30 to 50 years in prison. He was sent to Dannemora, one of the harshest prisons in New York, but even there his power didn't fade. Through messengers and loyal lieutenants, Luciano continued to guide his empire. The commission operated without him at the table, but never without his shadow looming over every decision. And then, during World War II, Luciano pulled one final miracle. The U.S. Navy, worried about sabotage along the East Coast, turned to an unlikely source for help. Luciano, through his connections to longshoremen and dock workers, was asked to ensure the security of New York Harbor. In exchange, he was granted a commuted sentence and deported to Italy in 1946. It was a quiet exile, a fitting end for a man who had built an empire not through noise, but through structure. The Mafia that Luciano left behind was no longer a wild animal. It was a machine, a government in the shadows. And at its heart was the Commissioner Council of killers, businessmen, and visionaries who ruled with cold precision. No headlines, no bodies in the street unless necessary. Just order the Genovese family, once Luciano's own, would inherit this system and perfect it. They would become its most disciplined, most secretive branch, the silent giants of organized crime. But they owed their foundation to one man's vision, a man who understood that in the end the most dangerous weapon wasn't a gun, it was organization. And so the underworld changed forever, not with a bang, but with a blueprint. And the Mafia, once fractured by blood and betrayal, became something new, something enduring, something invisible, thanks to Murder, Inc. and the Commission that commanded it. Chapter 5. Vito Genovese, the shadow behind the throne in the grand theater of organized crime. Some men crave the spotlight, flaunting wealth, basking in fear, ruling with showmanship. But others operate differently, quietly, relentlessly. They observe from the wings, calculating, maneuvering, waiting. Vito Genovese was such a man, while Luciano built the stage and commanded the applause. Genovese remained in the shadows, watching every move. He was not content being second, but he was patient, and patience, in the world of the Mafia, is often more lethal than firepower. Vito Genovese was born in 1897 in the small town of Tufino, near Naples. He came to the United States as a child, settling in the same hard-edged Lower East Side neighborhoods that shaped so many young immigrants into outlaws. Like Luciano, he found a world defined by survival where fists, loyalty, and silence were the only currencies that mattered. But unlike Luciano, who carried a gambler's charisma and a visionary's reach, Genovese was colder, more methodical. He wasn't looking to modernize the Mafia. He was looking to command it. By the 1920s, Genovese had become Luciano's trusted enforcer. He rose quickly through the ranks, not because he was flashy, but because he was ruthless. Where Luciano brokered deals, Genovese enforced consequences. He didn't talk much, but when he acted, he left a message, and Luciano saw in him a perfect weapon, silent, reliable, and brutal. Together, they were opposites that completed a new criminal order. Luciano the strategist, Genovese the executioner. During Prohibition, Genovese helped oversee the organization's growing empire of illegal liquor, gambling, and extortion. The money poured in, and the blood often followed. Vito had no issue using violence to enforce obedience. One by one, independent operators either fell in line or vanished. He learned early that leadership wasn't just about planning. It was about fear. Respect, he believed, was a fragile illusion unless backed by the promise of death. As Luciano consolidated power, reshaping the underworld through the Commission and the 5 families, Genovese stood just behind him, never center stage, but always close enough to see the throne. He understood that true power wasn't in titles, it was in leverage, and slowly, methodically, he built his own network within the Luciano family. His loyalty to Luciano was real, but it was also strategic. That loyalty was put to the test in 1931 during the final bloody days of the Castellammarise War. Genovese played a central role in the murder of Joe Masiria, driving the car that took the doomed boss to his last meal, and stepping away just moments before gunmen stormed in. It was a cold, surgical betrayal, but one that aligned perfectly with Luciano's ambitions. The hit changed everything. It opened the door for Luciano to build his vision, and Genovese had earned his place as one of its architects. Yet even as the Mafia modernized, Genovese's instincts remained rooted in the old world. He distrusted the inclusion of known Italians in major operations. He hated that Luciano worked closely with Jewish figures like Meyer Lansky and Benjamin Siegel. He saw alliances as weaknesses, temporary arrangements that could never be trusted. For Genovese's power wasn't shared, it was taken. Still, he played the part. In public, he remained the obedient underboss. In private, he built influence, cultivated soldiers loyal to him alone, and waited for cracks to form. He knew Luciano's leadership was bold, but boldness drew attention, and in 1936, that attention finally turned deadly. Special Prosecutor Thomas Dewey charged Luciano with compulsory prostitution, an ambitious case built on shaky ground, but driven by public pressure. Luciano was convicted and sentenced to 30 to 50 years. Overnight, the throne was empty. The most powerful crime boss in America was locked behind bars. And Vito Genovese saw his moment. He stepped in as acting boss, but not officially. He was careful not to appear as a usurper. To the outside world, the Luciano family was still intact, but inside the balance had shifted. Genovese began appointing his own men, asserting control over lucrative rackets, and reshaping the family's structure to reflect his own ambitions. Yet, just as quickly as he had ascended, Genovese faced a crisis that forced him to flee. In 1937, he was implicated in the murder of Ferdinand Bocher, minor associate who had crossed him in a gambling dispute. Bocher's body was found riddled with bullets, and the case threatened to bring Genovese down. Facing indictment, he fled the country and returned to Italy, leaving behind his growing empire. But Genovese didn't disappear. He simply changed battlegrounds. In Mussolini's Italy, Genovese thrived. Fluent in both languages, versed in both cultures, he quickly ingratiated himself with the fascist regime. He posed as a legitimate businessman, but behind the scenes, he maintained connections to the American underworld. When World War II erupted, he positioned himself as an asset to both sides. He made friends with fascists and American military officers alike. To some, he was a traitor. To others, an opportunist. But to Genovese, it was just another move on the board. Eventually, his past caught up with him. After the Allied invasion of Italy, he was arrested and brought back to the United States to face charges. But witnesses had vanished. Records were incomplete. The case collapsed. By 1945, Vito Genovese was back in New York, older, sharper, and more determined than ever. But the landscape had changed while he had been away. Another figure had emerged, Frank Costello, urbane, diplomatic, and politically connected. Costello had taken control of the Luciano family. He preferred bribes to bullets and influence over intimidation. Politicians, judges, and police commissioners were all in his pocket. He wasn't just running rackets. He was shaping policy. To Genovese, it was intolerable. He viewed Costello as soft, too willing to compromise, too eager to play politics. Genovese had returned not to participate, but to reclaim, and though he had once been the shadow behind the throne, he now intended to sit upon it, but he would not do so openly. Not yet. Genovese understood that power was a slow game. It required erosion, not explosions. He began undermining Costello's authority, subtly challenging decisions, courting allies, isolating enemies. It was the beginning of a campaign that would stretch over a decade. A quiet, patient war for the soul of the family. And throughout it all, the Luciano family, later to be renamed the Genovese family in his honor, remained one of the most powerful criminal organizations in the country. Its influence extended into construction, labor, unions, narcotics, and gambling. Its reach touched both Wall Street and the waterfront. And behind every move, Vito Genovese was watching, calculating, waiting. He didn't need fanfare. He didn't want headlines. He wanted control. By the end of the 1940s, Genovese had survived exile, escaped conviction, and returned to an empire that still bore Luciano's name. But names could be changed, thrones could be taken, and Vito Genovese had waited long enough. His rise would not come with applause. It would come with silence, with whispers in dark rooms, with alliances forged in shadows, because Vito understood something others didn't. In the Mafia, it's not the man who speaks the loudest who survives. It's the one who listens the longest and strikes when no one sees it coming. Chapter 6. Luciano's downfall and Genovese's power play. The empire Charles Lucky Luciano built was vast, sophisticated, and invisible. It extended beyond the streets of New York, threading through the unions, gambling dens, ports, and political backrooms of America. It was a machine designed for longevity. But even machines fail. And in 1936, the gears of Luciano's underworld empire began to grind against the unstoppable force of law. Special Prosecutor Thomas E. Dewey had made it his mission to bring Luciano down, not for murder or racketeering, but for something less glamorous, yet easier to prove: compulsory prostitution. Dewey built the case through a web of testimonies from madams, prostitutes, and low-level gangsters. Many had never met Luciano. Some were coerced. Others were scared. But collectively, their words painted Luciano as the mastermind of a sprawling vice ring. The trial was a spectacle. Luciano, always poised, tried to maintain the air of control he was known for. But the courtroom was not his turf. It didn't play by his rules. Despite flimsy evidence and public skepticism, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to 30 to 50 years in prison. For a man who had ruled the underworld like a CEO, it was a devastating blow. Locked behind the cold stone walls of Dannemora, Luciano was cut off from the very system he had created. And in the vacuum of his absence, power shifted. On the surface, Frank Costello, his consigliere and trusted lieutenants, stepped in to run the family. Costello was polished, politically connected, and far more discreet. He preferred handshakes. Bulletin had the rare ability to move between crime and legitimacy without raising alarms, but far from the public eye. Another man was making moves of his own, Vito Genovese. By 1937, Genovese had quietly taken control as acting boss after Luciano's sentencing. He was cold and deliberate, placing loyal soldiers in key positions and asserting dominance over the family's most profitable operations. But just as his grip began to tighten, a ghost from his past returned to haunt him. Ferdinand the Shadow Boucher was a minor associate, an errand man who had made the mistake of crossing Genovese in a gambling scheme. In 1934, Boucher had been murdered, his body riddled with bullets in a Manhattan cafe. For years, the killing had gone unpunished. But when one of Genovese's former associates turned government witness, the details of the hit began to surface. Genovese, recognizing the walls were closing in, didn't wait for an indictment. He fled the United States, returning to Italy under the guise of visiting family. But he didn't go into hiding. Instead, he began rebuilding his life and his influence in foreign soil, Italy. Under Mussolini's fascist regime was a nation gripped by surveillance, fear, and suppression. But Genovese adapted. He reinvented himself as a businessman, cultivating relationships with both the local black market and elements of the fascist government. While Mussolini's regime had little tolerance for traditional mafia figures, Genovese operated with subtlety. He made himself useful. He knew how to offer favors and how to extract them. He also stayed connected to the American underworld. Through coded letters, couriers, and loyal intermediaries, Genovese maintained a shadow presence in the affairs of the Luciano family. While Costello managed day-to-day operations in New York, Genovese watched from afar, evaluating, waiting, planning. World War II brought unexpected opportunity. After Mussolini fell and Allied forces invaded Italy, Genovese pivoted once again. He presented himself to the Americans as a valuable asset man with influence among Italian locals who could assist the military in stabilizing regions. It was a lie, but it worked. U.S. Army officials, desperate for order in occupied territories, relied on men like Genovese to maintain control. He posed as a patriot, a liaison, even an informant. But the truth had a way of catching up. American investigators began looking into Genovese's background. They uncovered his connection to Boucher's murder and his sudden flight from justice. In 1944, Genovese was arrested by U.S. military police and returned to the United States to face trial. It looked like justice would finally catch up to him, but in the world of the Mafia, witnesses don't often live long. The key witness in the Boucher case mysteriously died before trial, some said of natural causes. Others whispered of poison or a quiet bullet. Without testimony, the case collapsed. Genovese walked free. It was a miraculous turn. He had escaped exile, survived a war, and returned to America without a conviction. Few men in his position had ever done the same. By 1946, Luciano, still imprisoned but increasingly influential thanks to his cooperation with the U.S. Navy during the war, was offered a deal in exchange for his wartime assistance and an agreement never to return to American soil. He was granted a commutation. He was deported to Italy, exiled permanently, yet far from powerless. Luciano's departure marked a turning point. Officially, he remained the boss, but unofficially, the family splintered. Costello took control in New York, continuing his reign as a polished and politically savvy leader. Yet Genovese, now back in the U.S. and hungrier than ever, had no intention of playing second to anyone. He began working from the inside, slowly rebuilding his faction, winning over old allies and isolating Costello. He criticized the gambling boss's methods, calling him too soft, too cozy with politicians, too far from the streets. Genovese saw himself as a true donzaman who led with fear, not favors, and he was willing to wait as long as it took. To prove it, behind the scenes, Genovese also made a crucial decision that would define the next decade of his life. He restructured his personal circle, tightening the ranks, cutting loose those he deemed weak, and surrounding himself with loyal, violent, and capable men. Among them were future stars of the Genovese family, Anthony Tony Bender Rollo, Mike Miranda, and Gerardo Catina, names that would come to define the family's power in the years to come. While Costello preferred a gentler touch, influence, bribes, and media avoidance, Genovese believed in raw intimidation. He didn't want to blend into the system. He wanted to control it from the core. And in Luciano's absence, he viewed himself as the only man truly fit to carry the mantle of boss. Luciano, meanwhile, remained in Italy, disillusioned and distanced. He saw what was happening from across the ocean, how his once unified family was being pulled apart by two men who had once stood by his side. In secret conversations, he expressed concern. Costello was too political. Genovese was too dangerous. But there was little he could do. His exile was permanent. His voice carried weight, but not command. Still, he knew Genovese. He had seen the ambition in his eyes, the hunger, the cruelty, and he feared what would happen when Genovese finally made his move. That move was coming. By the end of the 1940s, the stage was set for a quiet war within the Luciano family, a conflict, not fought in alleys or across rival turfs, but behind closed doors, in whispered conversations, bribes, betrayals, and eventually bullets. Genovese had returned from exile more dangerous than ever, not because he had changed, but because he had learned patience. He had seen the power of silence, the usefulness of strategy, the danger of rushing. Luciano's downfall had left a void. Costello tried to fill it with diplomacy. Genovese would try to fill it with fear. The throne may have been empty, but the shadow behind it had never left, and now that shadow was ready to step forward. Chapter 7. Genovese returns and eliminates rivals in the underworld. Power is not inherited, is seized, and in the late 1940s and early 1950s, Vito Genovese was preparing for the final act of a long, calculated campaign to take what he had always believed was rightfully his. The Luciano family, built on the brilliance of Charles Lucky Luciano, had been entrusted to Frank Costello, a diplomat in a world of gangsters. But Genovese was no diplomat. He was a predator, and predators wait for weakness before their strike. Frank Costello had kept the family strong during Luciano's imprisonment and eventual exile. He had friends in every borough, judges in his pocket, and senators on his speed dial. Known as the Prime Minister of the underworld, Costello governed with favors, not fear. But he was a businessman in a world that still valued muscle. And Genovese saw that as softness. From the moment he returned to the United States in 1945, Vito Genovese moved quietly, rebuilding his influence from the inside. He kept a smile on his face and his ambition under wraps, but he never stopped maneuvering. He cultivated alliances with soldiers, capos, and underbosses who had grown tired of Costello's clean-cut approach. He whispered in their ears, reminded them of what they used to be men of the street, not politicians. He told them they needed a real boss again. But Genovese was too smart to make his move in daylight. First, he had to clear the path. One major obstacle stood between him and absolute power: Anastasia, the head of the Mangano family. Anastasia wasn't just another boss. He was a killer of legendary proportions. A co-founder of Murder Inc., he had personally overseen dozens of executions and inspired fear across the 5 families. He was loyal to Costello, tied by blood and business. As long as Anastasia lived, Costello had a powerful ally and Genovese had a problem. But problems in the Mafia had solutions. And Genovese found his in a young, rising figure within Anastasia's own organization, Carlo Gambino. Gambino had kept a low profile for years, operating like a ghost, always present, never seen. But he was ambitious, strategic, and quietly resentful of Anastasia's recklessness. Gambino understood that Anastasia's public violence, his open disdain for rules, and his paranoia were liabilities. And he knew that with the right push, he could inherit the kingdom himself. Genovese approached him not with threats, but with opportunity. A quiet partnership was formed. Genovese would handle Costello. Gambino would take care of Anastasia. And together they would reshape the Mafia from the inside out. The first move came on May 2nd, 1957. Costello, ever confident in his security, returned to his Central Park apartment late in the evening. As he stepped into the lobby, a gunman emerged from the shadows. A shot rang out, slicing through the silence and striking Costello in the head. He collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. But against all odds, he survived. The bullet had grazed his scalp, missing his brain by inches. Costello lived, but his reign did not. The message was clear. Genovese had declared war, and though Costello survived physically, the psychological blow was fatal. He stepped back from leadership almost immediately, retreating into semi-retirement. He still held respect, still had connections, but his time as boss was over. Genovese had claimed the throne without a formal vote, without a press conference, just one bullet and a quiet withdrawal. But Genovese wasn't finished. Months later, the second strike came. On the morning of October 25th, 1957, Albert Anastasia walked into the barber shop at the Park Sheraton Hotel. It was a routine visit, the kind of moment when even the most cautious men let their guard down. He sat in the chair, leaned back, and closed his eyes. It was the last thing he would ever do. Two masked gunmen burst through the door. Without a word, they opened fire. Bullets tore through Anastasia's body, riddling him with lead. He tried to rise, instinctively lunging at his killers, but his vision was blurred by the white towels and blood. The hit was brutal, efficient, and final. The barber froze, the killers vanished, and the boss of one of New York's most powerful mafia families lay dead on the floor, his body twisted in the shattered mirror. The underworld reeled. The assassination of a boss was not just murder, it was political execution, and it could not happen without approval. Everyone knew who had orchestrated it. Genovese had cleared the board. Costello was out. Anastasia was dead. Gambino, as promised, took over the Mangano families, soon renamed the Gambino family, and Genovese sat, finally, in the chair he had been circling for decades. He didn't celebrate, he didn't give speeches, he simply began to rule as boss. Vito Genovese restructured the family to reflect his vision, disciplined, insular, and fiercely loyal. He strengthened the family's control over the unions, particularly in the construction and garment industries. He expanded into heroin trafficking, understanding the enormous profits of the international drug trade, and he increased surveillance on his own men, weeding out those he couldn't trust. Where Costello had dealt in diplomacy, Genovese dealt in dominance. He wanted fear back in the street, fear of the boss, fear of betrayal, fear of stepping out of line. Loyalty was enforced not by charm, but by consequence. But Genovese's rise didn't go unnoticed. The assassination of Anastasia had drawn unwanted attention. Law enforcement, long aware of Mafia influence, now had a reason to act. The FBI, under J. Edgar Hoover, had long denied the existence of a national crime syndicate, but now, with high-profile killings and whisper networks leaking into the press, denial was no longer sustainable. Genovese, too powerful to ignore and too paranoid to trust anyone, began making mistakes. He expanded his reach into narcotics, profitable but dangerous. Drug trafficking attracted harsher penalties and more aggressive investigations, and Genovese, now at the height of his power, had unknowingly stepped into a trap. The other families were watching. Some admired him, others feared him, but many resented his arrogance. They remembered how he had returned from exile and taken what he wanted without asking, without earning their blessing. His rise, though calculated, had made enemies, quiet ones, and in the world Genovese had helped build, enemies didn't need bullets, they needed timing. Still, for a brief moment, Genovese stood atop the criminal empire he had pursued for 3 decades. He was the boss of bosses in everything but name. His family was the strongest, most disciplined, most secretive. Of the 5, he had eliminated rivals, controlled unions, managed international heroin pipelines, and commanded respect through fear alone. He was everything Luciano had once been and, perhaps more. But unlike Luciano, who had ruled with innovation and inclusivity, Genovese ruled with suspicion. And that suspicion would come to define the final chapter of his reign. But in 1957, in the wake of blood and betrayal, Vito Genovese had achieved what few in the Mafia ever did. He had taken the crown with his own hands. No inheritance, no vote, just strategy, violence, and patience. The shadow behind the throne had become the king, and the streets of New York would never be the same. Chapter 8. The Appalachin Meeting. Mafia exposed. By 1957, Vito Genovese had risen to the top of the American underworld. Through a methodical campaign of betrayal, assassination, and manipulation, He had dismantled the old guard room, Frank Costello with a bullet, eliminating Albert Anastasia with silence, and seating himself at the head of the most powerful mafia family in the country. But Genovese wanted more than just control. He wanted validation. He wanted acknowledgement from the other bosses, not just in New York, but across the entire nation. And so he summoned them that fall in the quiet rural town of Appalachin, New York. Genovese orchestrated what would become one of the most catastrophic blunders in Mafia history, a national summit intended to solidify his leadership, organize criminal interests, and mark the beginning of a new era. Instead, it became a flashing spotlight, turning the Mafia from whispered myth to undeniable reality in the eyes of the American public. The choice of location was almost laughably unassuming. Appalachin was a sleepy hamlet near the Pennsylvania border, known more for dairy farms than for organized crime. It was the home of Joseph Barbara, a low-profile mobster with a sprawling estate and deep loyalty to Barbara's home would serve as the venue for the meeting. Dozens of powerful mobsters were invited, bosses, underbosses, and high-level capos from every major city: Chicago, Detroit, Buffalo, Philadelphia, New Orleans, Los Angeles. All sent representatives. It was to be a historic gathering, the kind that hadn't happened since the days of Luciano. Genovese's aim was clear. He wanted formal recognition as Capo di Tutti Capi, the boss of bosses. He believed he had earned the title. He had survived exile, outlasted Luciano, and removed every threat in his path. Now, surrounded by men who owed him either allegiance or fear, he would seal the future of organized crime under his name. But far beyond the estate gates, the quiet patterns of rural life had been disrupted. Local law enforcement, particularly New York State Trooper Edgar Croswell, had long harbored suspicions about Barbara's activities. Croswell had noticed luxury cars with out-of-state plates arriving in town. He watched as well-dressed strangers checked into local motels, nervous, evasive, and clearly out of place. This wasn't just a family gathering, it was something more. On November 14th, 1957, as over 60 Mafia leaders gathered in Barbara's home, eating, drinking, and discussing matters ranging from narcotics distribution to territory disputes, moved in, he set up roadblocks, ordered surveillance, and coordinated a sudden raid on the property. What followed was chaos. Mobsters fled into the woods in tailored suits and leather shoes, trampling through the underbrush like prey suddenly exposed. Some tried to hide in cars. Others ducked behind trees or sprinted through fields, but many were caught. Law enforcement rounded up more than 60 men: Lucchese, Bonanno, Magaddino, Savella, Trafficante, and others. They were questioned, photographed, and identified, and though most of them claimed to be attending a barbecue, no one believed it. In that single, clumsy moment, the veil of secrecy that had protected the Mafia for decades was torn away. The media pounced. Headlines screamed of a secret criminal society. Newspapers ran photos of bewildered men in expensive coats stumbling through backyards and hedges. The FBI, which had long denied the Mafia's existence under J. Edgar Hoover's direction, could no longer pretend. The myth had become fact. The Mafia was real, organized, and far more extensive than most Americans had imagined. The Appalachin debacle sent shockwaves through law enforcement, the press, and the underworld itself. For the public, it was a revelation. For Hoover, it was an embarrassment, but for Genovese, it was a disaster of his own making. Instead of cementing his place at the top, the meeting painted a target on his back. The very visibility he sought recognition, coronation, legitimacy became a curse. Federal agencies launched new investigations. State prosecutors reopened dormant files. Surveillance intensified, and most damning of all, the other families began to question his judgment. Many bosses had not wanted to attend. They feared the attention, the logistics, the exposure, but Genovese had insisted. His ambition demanded spectacle. And now that spectacle had become evidence within the Luciano, now Genovese melee. Murmurs of doubt began to circulate. Some questioned why a man so obsessed with power would risk everything for a meeting that could have been handled quietly. Others wondered whether Genovese, in his hunger, had lost the discretion that had long been the Mafia's greatest protection. But Genovese didn't apologize. He didn't retreat. In public, he downplayed the meeting. In private, he tried to double down, tightening control, silencing dissent, and pushing deeper into the heroin trade to bolster profits. Yet the fallout from Appalachin could not be undone. Federal authorities, now emboldened, began building cases with renewed urgency. The public, having seen the faces of the so-called barbecue guests, demanded accountability. Political pressure mounted, and within the commission, trust in Genovese eroded. The very mechanism he had once manipulated to rise, the commission began to turn against him. Still, for a brief moment, he remained atop the pyramid. He controlled the largest family, he had eliminated rivals, and despite the Appalachin catastrophe, no one had yet dared to openly challenge him. But the cracks were widening, and in the months that followed, internal resistance grew. Quiet conversations began among other bosses. They remembered how Genovese had maneuvered against Costello, how he had brokered Anastasia's murder. They had played along because they had to. But now, with the spotlight on the Mafia and law enforcement closing in, Genovese had become more liability than leader. And in the Mafia, liabilities don't last long. Ironically, the man who had orchestrated the most ambitious meeting in organized crime history had also triggered its greatest exposure. The Appalachin fiasco marked the end of the Mafia's golden age of invisibility. From that point on, every meeting, every transaction, every movement carried the risk of surveillance, arrest, or betrayal. The underworld had been dragged into daylight, and it was Vito Genovese who had lit the match. He had reached for a crown, and in doing so shattered the very silence that gave the Mafia its power. The damage was done. The families would never operate the same way again. Trust became rarer. Communication became coded, indirect, and cautious. Meetings were limited, brief, and buried behind layers of subterfuge. For Genovese, the price of ambition was just beginning to be paid. Appalachin was supposed to be his coronation. Instead, it was his undoing. Chapter 9. Vito Genovese's Narcotics Gamble. The American Mafia had always lived by an unspoken rule: stay away from drugs. Gambling, loan sharking, labor racketeering, these were the accepted pillars of the underworld, profitable and manageable. But heroin, that was a different beast. It drew too much attention, carried severe prison sentences, and corrupted the low profile the Mafia had long tried to maintain. Yet for Vito Genovese, fresh off consolidating power and bruised by the fallout of the Appalachin meeting, heroin represented something else entirely: control, revenue, and a new empire within the empire. By the late 1950s, Genovese was no longer the patient tactician in the shadows. He was the boss of the most powerful Mafia family in America, but he was also a man surrounded by enemies, some silent, some smiling, most waiting. After the disastrous exposure at Appalachin, law enforcement had intensified its efforts. The FBI had gone from willful ignorance to obsession. Federal indictments loomed, and inside the Mafia itself, the other families were growing tired of Genovese's thirst for dominance. He needed money, lots of it, to maintain power by loyalty and stay ahead of the government's reach. Narcotics offered that money in staggering quantities, while many traditionalists in La Cosa Nostra opposed drug trafficking on principle. The reality was far murkier. Plenty of lower-level members were already involved, quietly, strategically, and often with the blessing of their superiors, so long as they were careful. But Genovese didn't want quiet. He wanted control. He envisioned a system not unlike prohibition, where the Mafia controlled every link of the chain from importation to distribution. He wanted to institutionalize it. To do that, he turned to a trusted network of intermediaries, men who operated beneath the radar but were capable of managing high-risk operations. One of those men was Vincent the Chin Gigante, a loyal enforcer who had once attempted to kill Frank Costello. Another was Anthony Tony Bender Strollo, Genovese's longtime confidant and strategist. Together, they built a pipeline stretching from Europe to the East Coast, fueled by morphine base from Turkey, processed into heroin in clandestine French labs, and trafficked into America through Sicilian ports and corrupt shipping contacts. It was elegant, it was deadly, and it made millions. By the end of the decade, Genovese had successfully inserted his family into the heart of the global heroin trade. Street-level distribution was handed off to outsiders, to black and Latino syndicates, independent dealers, and fringe operators, keeping La Cosa Nostra's hands seemingly clean. But the money flowed upward, and at the top Genovese stood alone, reaping the rewards. Yet for all his cunning, he had underestimated one thing: the power of betrayal. Federal authorities were desperate for an opening. The Appalachin meeting had been a public embarrassment, but it had also given them names, faces, and patterns. Now they wanted convictions, and narcotics offered that chance. In 1958, the Bureau of Narcotics launched a covert operation targeting the heroin pipeline they believed was controlled by Genovese. Working with informants, they began gathering evidence, recording conversations, tracking shipments, flipping low-level smugglers, and then they got their break. A small-time trafficker named Nelson Cantalops, operating in the Bronx, was arrested. With a sizable cache of heroin, facing a long prison sentence, Cantalops began talking. What he said would change everything. He claimed to be part of a larger network, one overseen by men with Italian surnames, silent meetings, and powerful connections. He pointed the finger at Genovese, alleging the boss had orchestrated multiple deals and profited directly from the trade. The story was convenient, perhaps too convenient. There was no hard evidence, no photographs, No direct recordings, no financial trails, but what the government had was momentum. And after years of watching Genovese escape justice time and time again, that was enough. In 1959, Vito Genovese was indicted on federal narcotics conspiracy charges. Alongside him were Gigante, and several lesser-known associates. The trial was swift, the testimony theatrical, and the outcome predetermined. Despite Genovese's protests, despite the weakness of the prosecution's case, he was convicted and sentenced to 15 years in federal prison. The boss had finally fallen, but inside the prison walls, Genovese remained very much in control. He was assigned to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, where he lived not like a common inmate, but like a king behind bars. Guards were bribed, messages flowed in and out, orders were delivered, associates visited regularly, often under the guise of attorney-client privileges. Even behind concrete and steel, Genovese continued to run his empire-proving hits, settling disputes and managing finances through loyal intermediaries. And yet, cracks had begun to form. His closest confidant, Tony Bender Strollo, vanished. In 1962, no body, no answers, just gone. Some whispered it was Genovese himself who ordered the hit paranoia creeping into the corners of his mind. Others believed Strollo had been cooperating with the government, and Genovese found out. Either way, the silence was damning. His power, though still considerable, was eroding. Younger mobsters, men like Carlo Gambino and Joe Colombo, were rising. They favored different methods, less visible violence, more corporate fronts, tighter control of unions and legitimate businesses. Genovese, once the future, now represented the past, brutal, proud, and inflexible. He continued to direct operations from prison, but the world outside was changing. Law enforcement had grown more sophisticated, surveillance technology improved, prosecutors were emboldened, and within the commission there was little appetite for Genovese's return. He was too volatile, too high-profile, too dangerous. 1969, after a decade behind bars, Vito Genovese died of a heart attack. He was 71 years old. There was no grand funeral, no massive display of underworld respect. Just a quiet death in a federal hospital, his body claimed by family, his empire already shifting into new hands. His legacy, however, would endure. He had taken the family that bore Luciano's name and stamped his own upon it. The Genovese family became synonymous with discipline, secrecy, and long-term strategy. Unlike other families rocked by defections, indictments, and internal wars, the Genovese crew adapted. They learned from Genovese's rise and his fall. They avoided the limelight. They spoke less, trusted fewer, and unlike most, they survived. Vito Genovese had gambled everything on narcotics. For a time, it paid off, but in the end, it brought him down. He had built an empire on silence and fear, only to be undone by whispers and wiretaps. Yet in many ways, the organization he shaped became the most enduring of all. A family that learned to hide in plain sight, a family that carried on long after the boss who gave them his name was lowered into the ground, because in the Mafia, death is not the end, it is simply the next move on the board. Chapter 10. The Quiet Rise of Thomas "Tommy" Ryanie Bowley. In the wake of Vito Genovese's imprisonment in 1959, A strange silence fell over the criminal empire he had once commanded with iron resolve. The man who had clawed his way to the top, who had sent Costello into retirement, orchestrated Anastasia's execution, and run heroin through a continent, was now locked in a federal prison. But even behind bars, Genovese refused to loosen his grip. Orders still flowed through. Channels, messages still made their way in and out. His voice, though muffled, still echoed through the corridors of the underworld. Yet the realities of power demanded a figurehead, someone to act as boss, handle meetings, manage disputes, and represent the family in dealings with other crews. But not just any man could play that part. He would need to be trustworthy enough to follow Genovese's instructions without ambition of his own, respected enough to keep the family's captains in line, and smart enough to keep the authorities guessing. That man was Thomas Tommy Ryan Eboli. Eboli wasn't a name that struck fear, like Genovese or Anastasia. He wasn't flamboyant, like Gallo, or polished, like Costello. He moved differently, quietly, carefully, like a man who knew the game and preferred to play from the shadows. Born in 1911 in Brooklyn, Eboli came up the hard way, doing small-time work in gambling, loan sharking, and protection rackets. His nickname, Tommy Ryan, came from a boxer he admired, not because he fought, but because he studied his opponents. By the early 1950s, Eboli had become a trusted soldier in the Genovese crew. He was reliable, efficient, and above all, discreet. He didn't posture, he didn't seek headlines, and when Genovese needed someone to front for him, someone to wear the crown, while the real king sat in a celiboli, was chosen. His elevation was never formally announced. That wasn't the Mafia way. There were no declarations, no ceremonies, just a quiet shift in who returned calls, who sat at the table, who passed on decisions. To the public, Eboli was merely a successful Italian-American businessman with interests in construction and nightclubs. To the underworld, he was the new face of the most powerful crime family in America. But he wasn't in charge. Not really. Every move, every dispute, every shift in territory had to be approved by Genovese, who remained the de facto boss until his death in 1969. Eboli was a placeholder, a middleman tasked with maintaining the illusion of stability while the real decisions were made in whispered conversations behind prison walls. Still, within those limitations, Eboli proved capable. He managed the day-to-day operations of the family with calm efficiency. He dealt with rival families, settled disputes, and kept the money flowing. Under his stewardship, the Genovese family tightened its grip on construction, garbage hauling, gambling parlors, and labor unions across New York and New Jersey. The heroin pipeline remained active, though more carefully concealed. Eboli also understood the shifting political terrain. After the Appalachin fiasco, law enforcement had intensified their scrutiny. Meetings were now dangerous. Wiretaps were everywhere. Informants were increasingly common. Eboli adapted. He preferred indirect communication, used layers of buffers, and avoided unnecessary risk. His rule wasn't loud, it was methodical. But being a front boss came with pressure. Everyone knew he didn't have the final word. Other capos within the family, some older and more seasoned than Eboli, often challenged his authority. He had to constantly walk the line between deference and dominance. He could not appear weak, but he could not appear overreaching either. His success depended on maintaining equilibrium in a world where power was everything and trust was rare. Meanwhile, Genovese grew increasingly paranoid from prison. His health was failing, his influence waning, and his circle shrinking. He trusted few, feared betrayal, and questioned loyalty from afar. Eboli, though loyal to a fault, was constantly under pressure to prove himself, to show that he was protecting the family, growing its interests, and staying in line. Externally, the landscape of the American underworld was changing. Carlo Gambino, once an ally of Genovese, had quietly emerged as the most powerful and stable boss in New York. His methods were subtler, more corporate. He infiltrated the garment industry, the ports, and the trucking unions with surgical precision. He avoided the mistakes Genovese had made. No high-profile murders, no national summit, no overt ambition. Eboli watched all of this unfold from his position at the front of a family he did not truly control. He saw Gambinos rise, Colombos maneuvering, and the slow collapse of the Bonanno family under the weight of its own secrets. He kept the Genovese family steady, but he knew the future was uncertain. Then came the problem of money. By the late 1960s, running a crime family had become more expensive and more dangerous. Bail for arrested soldiers, lawyers' fees, bribes to officials, payoffs to union leaders, everything costs more, and the heat from law enforcement meant every operation carried more risk. Eboli needed capital, and so he borrowed from the wrong man. Carlo Gambino, always calculating, offered Eboli a sizable loan, reportedly several $1,000,000, to help fund a failing drug shipment. Eboli, desperate to prove his worth and stabilize his position, accepted, but the shipment failed. The drugs were lost, and the money was gone. It was a debt Eboli could not repay. In the underworld, that kind of mistake is not forgiven, not even between bosses. Gambino had long viewed Eboli's leadership as a nuisance and unstable, unreliable front for a family that still carried the dangerous legacy of Vito Genovese. Now he had a reason to act. On July 16, 1972, Tommy Ryan, Eboli was shot 5 times in the head and neck outside his girlfriend's home in Brooklyn. It was a professional hit, silent, efficient, and final. No one was arrested, no witnesses spoke, and within hours word spread through the city. The Genovese family was once again leaderless. But in truth, it hadn't been leaderless at all. Behind the scenes, a new power structure had already begun to emerge, one that reflected the lessons of the past and the failures of men like Genovese and Eboli. It would be a structure built not on charisma or force, but on secrecy, stability, and compartmentalization. The Genovese family would never again make the mistake of putting a public face on power. From this moment on, the true bosses would remain invisible. Eboli's death marked the end of an era, the last vestige of the Genovese front boss strategy that had allowed the imprisoned Don to operate in plain sight. He had played his role well, maintained order, and executed his duties. But in the end, he was expendable, a puppet caught in a war between shadows. For the Genovese family, survival would depend on silence. The era of public bosses was over, and the family, once ruled by men who sought the spotlight, would now be led by ghosts. Chapter 11. Vincent Gigante and the Crazy Act begins in the shadows of New York's criminal underworld, where power was traded in silence and blood. A new figure emerged from the depths of the Genovese family quietly, methodically, and with an unsettling kind of brilliance. His name was Vincent Gigante, but to the streets of Greenwich Village, to federal agents, and eventually to the American public, he would become something altogether stranger. A man wandering the sidewalks in a bathrobe, muttering to himself, a figure slumped in a wheelchair, eyes glazed as though lost to another world. But behind the mumbling and the madness was one of the most cunning criminal minds the Mafia would ever know. Vincent Louis Gigante, born in 1928 to immigrant parents in the Lower East Side, was no stranger to the code of the streets. As a young man, he boxed professionally, earning the nickname The Chin from his mother's mispronunciation of Vincenzo. But the ring was just the beginning. His true training came under the mentorship of Vito Genovese, who saw in the quiet, thick-set kid a rare kind of loyalty and something darker beneath the surface. Gigante would become Genovese's trusted hitman, the man chosen for delicate assignments where silence and precision were required. It was Gigante who pulled the trigger. In the failed 1957 hit on Frank Costello, putting a bullet in the former boss's head and nearly toppling the Luciano warder. And though Costello survived, the message was loud enough. Genovese was coming, and Gigante was his sword. Over the next 2 decades, Gigante rose steadily through the ranks, not by loud declarations or showy gestures, but by being exactly what the Genovese family demanded and seen, unwavering and coldly effective. By the 1970s, following the death of Tommy Eboli and the quiet shuffling of acting bosses, Gigante began to take the reins, not officially, not in a way anyone could point to, but with the quiet weight of true authority. He didn't sit at the head of the table. He simply made the table move when he spoke. But Gigante's real genius lay not in brutality, nor in his command of rackets, though both were formidable. It lay in deception. In a world where surveillance had replaced snitches and courtrooms now held the true executions, Gigante understood that survival required more than violence. It required invisibility. And so he became what the law could not prosecute: a lunatic. The transformation was not sudden. It began gradually, with missed meetings, odd behaviors, and whispers of instability. By the early 1980s, Gigante had constructed a full-blown facade. He was seen stumbling through Greenwich Village in slippers and pajamas, unshaven and incoherent, trailed by bodyguards posing as caretakers. He checked into psychiatric hospitals with increasing frequency, submitting to evaluations, receiving medications, playing his part down to the smallest twitch of the eye. Neighbors called him eccentric. Federal agents called him crazy. The Mafia, they called him boss. The act, if it was one, was meticulous. Doctors, dozens of them, testified to his condition. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, psychosis, dementia. He was, on paper, unfit to stand trial. Every time the government moved against him, his attorneys produced records, affidavits, witnesses. Judges hesitated. Cases stalled. Gigante watched from the wings, orchestrating extortion and murder, while the world debated whether he even understood what a courtroom was, and while the FBI fumbled with paperwork, Gigante fortified the Genovese family from within. He reorganized the structure to insulate himself, creating a ruling panel of capos who handled day-to-day operations. No orders were given directly. Messages were passed through layers of intermediaries. Loyalty was absolute, and betrayal was met with swift, clinical precision. The family's business expanded construction unions, loan sharking, sports betting, even stock fraud. But unlike other families, the Genovese crew did it without headlines, without fanfare, and without wiretapped conversations that could be traced back to the chin. His home base remained the Triangle. Civic Improvement Association, a small storefront in Greenwich Village with dusty windows and old chairs, looking more like a forgotten club than the epicenter of one of the world's most sophisticated crime syndicates. From there, Gigante ran a criminal enterprise that spanned from the Bronx to Miami, from the docks of New Jersey to the boardrooms of Manhattan. All the while, he maintained the act. He refused to speak in court, refused to take competency exams. He slurred his speech when necessary, stared into space during depositions, and once urinated in front of a federal judge. Every move was documented, dissected, debated. Was he mad, or was he a mastermind? The answer, of course, was both, because Vincent Gigante wasn't hiding from the law. He was playing it. Every doctor's note, every hospital visit, every ragged bathrobe was a chess piece, and the board was crowded with prosecutors, FBI agents, and grand juries, all unable to make their next move. It worked for decades, while bosses like Paul Castellano and John Gotti fell to surveillance and swagger. Gigante endured, quiet, insulated, and too many invisible. His subordinates learned the code. Never mention his name. Refer to him only as the guy, or point upward when speaking of him. Phones were never used. Meetings were held face-to-face in quiet parks or abandoned buildings. The fear of Gigante wasn't born from explosions or newsworthy violence. It was born from knowing that if you crossed him, you disappeared and no one would say a word. But even the most brilliant illusions eventually begin to crack. By the mid-1990s, the government had grown tired of the game. Prosecutors assembled. A case built not just on surveillance, but on former insiders, turncoats, made men who had grown weary of prison sentences and vanished friends. Sammy the Bull Gravano, Joe Valachi, even a few from within Gigante's own orbit. The wall of silence began to tremble. In 1997, nearly 40 years after he first rose to power, Vincent Gigante was finally declared competent to stand trial. The charade, though never formally admitted, had become too transparent to ignore. Gigante, under pressure, dropped the act. The bathrobe was retired. The muttering stopped. And in a federal courtroom, he faced the charges that had been waiting for him for decades: murder, conspiracy, racketeering, obstruction of justice. He was convicted, sentenced to prison, but even behind bars, he retained a quiet authority. Other inmates deferred to him. Visitors came regularly. Messages still flowed. He remained until his death in 2005. A symbol of a bygone era, one in which cunning could outlast firepower, and silence could be louder than gunshots. Vincent the Chin Gigante's reign marked a turning point in the history of the Genovese family. Under his leadership, the organization became less visible, more corporate, harder to penetrate. He weaponized insanity, turned paranoia into policy, and transformed the Mafia's most vulnerable pressure point, public exposure, into a shield. While others burned bright and fast, Gigante dimmed the lights and watched from the dark. He never gave interviews, never courted fame, never let his voice be recorded, and yet his legacy endures as the most enigmatic boss in American Mafia history. The man who faked madness to preserve power, the bathrobe emperor of the underworld. Chapter 12. The family of fronts, hidden bosses, and acting captains. By the 1980s, the Genovese crime family had ceased to resemble anything familiar to the public. It was no longer a gang of street thugs or a band of loudmouthed white boasting about their rackets in corner cafes. It was something else entirely, something colder, sharper, more elusive. A machine. What made the Genovese family different, what allowed it to outlast nearly every rival organization, was its mastery of invisibility, and at the core of that survival was a strategy that redefined how the Mafia operated: leadership without exposure. While other families were brought down by flamboyant bosses, Paul Castellanos' arrogance, John Gotti's hunger for fameda, Genovese family thrived in silence. There were no press photos, no public meetings, no wiretapped boasts, because the true bosses weren't speaking. They weren't even showing their faces. Instead, the Genovese family relied on a system of protection designed to obscure power and confound investigators. It began with the creation of acting bosses, often referred to as front bosses, who managed the family's day-to-day operations while taking the brunt of law enforcement attention. These men appeared to lead, but in truth they were puppets. The strings were pulled by hidden figures, buried deep behind layers of intermediaries. Far from the reach of wiretaps and surveillance vans, Vincent the Chin Gigante had perfected the art of obfuscation. His reign as boss, though widely suspected, was never officially acknowledged until late in his life. Gigante's command was exercised through whisper networks and coded gestures, passed through underbosses and consigliere who never once said his name aloud. If the FBI wanted to prosecute the Genovese boss, they had to first figure out who the boss actually was, and even then they would find only a man in a bathrobe mumbling to himself on Sullivan Street. This deliberate confusion wasn't just clever, it was revolutionary. While most Mafia families clung to hierarchy and tradition, the Genovese family evolved. It began operating more like an intelligence agency than a criminal syndicate. Information was compartmentalized. No single person knew too much. Captains reported only what was necessary. Messages were passed verbally, face-to-face, in parks, churches, and funeral homes, never on phones, never in writing. The structure shifted constantly, sometimes daily. Acting bosses rotated. 1 month it might be Liborio Barney Bellamo handling orders. The next, Dominic Quiet Dom Cirillo. Sometimes even more obscure names, chosen specifically for their lack of notoriety. These men acted as shields, absorbing attention and deflecting pressure away from the real leadership. And when law enforcement finally built a case, when a federal indictment finally came down, it was the acting boss who went to prison. The real boss was already grooming. The next, even among made men, the truth was rarely shared. The concept of a boss had become abstract, an idea, not a person, and in that abstraction lay its power. Prosecutors couldn't arrest an idea. They couldn't subpoena a ghost. the Genovese strategy didn't end at the top. The buffer system extended downward into the rank and file. Crews were broken into smaller cells, each with limited contact with others. A soldier knew his captain and maybe one or two associates. He didn't know who the underboss was. He didn't need to. Orders were passed on a need-to-know basis with just enough detail to complete the job, but never enough to connect the dots. This approach made the family maddeningly difficult to infiltrate. Informants often found themselves unable to offer prosecutors any names above their immediate crew. Even high-level turncoats, when they flipped, could only guess at who was really calling the shots. The FBI could surveil for months, tap every phone in a given crew, and still come up with nothing actionable. Conversations were vague, coded, and laced with misdirection. Meetings were held in moving cars, with the radio loud. Sometimes they took place on boats drifting off the Hudson, just far enough from any listening device, while other families fell apart under the weight of surveillance and betrayal. The Genovese family remained frustratingly intact. Cases against them dragged on for years, with federal prosecutors forced to rely on circumstantial evidence and reluctant witnesses. Convictions were rare, and when they came, they were almost always directed at someone 2 or 3 steps removed from the real power. The system bred loyalty. It also bred fear. Disloyalty wasn't punished with a theatrical hit. It was handled with cold, administrative precision. If a soldier began asking too many questions, he disappeared. If an acting boss started to forget his role, he was replaced. Not with violence, necessarily, but with silence. One day, he'd show up at the social club and realize no one was speaking to him. He'd been cut out, isolated, removed without a word. That was often more terrifying than a bullet. The Genovese family also infiltrated legitimate businesses with surgical skill. Construction companies, trucking firms, waste management corporations, labor unions, they all became vehicles for profit and protection. The family used these entities not only to generate income, but to create an appearance of legitimacy. Many of their top earners paid taxes, held board meetings, and carried briefcases instead of pistols. Union influence remained a cornerstone. Through quiet control of locals within the International Longshoremen's Association, the Carpenters Union, and the Laborers' International Union of North America, the Genovese family extorted millions from developers and contractors. Jobs were awarded, delayed, or shut down at the family's discretion. No building rose in Manhattan without someone getting a piece. Politicians were courted just as carefully as soldiers. Campaign contributions were funneled through intermediaries. Permits were fast-tracked. Zoning decisions went unchallenged. And when it came time for trial, the family often found sympathetic jurors, helpful clerks, or quiet whispers in the judge's chambers. But what truly separated the Genovese family from its peers was its refusal to embrace celebrity. While John Gotti strutted down Mulberry Street in silk suits, Vincent Gigante shuffled through his neighborhood in a bathrobe, while other families sought control through intimidation. The Genovese crew sorted through architecture, building an invisible system so complex, so layered, that it could continue functioning even if a dozen of its leaders vanished overnight. By the late 1990s, the family had adopted what law enforcement called a rotating panel, a kind of shadow government where decisions were made by a small group of senior capos rather than a single boss. This made prosecutions even harder. The panel could shift responsibilities on the fly, confuse surveillance efforts, and protect any one member from being tied directly to a decision. This system wasn't born from genius alone, it was born from necessity. The Genovese family had watched the fall of its rivals. They saw how the FBI dismantled the Colombo family from within, how the Gambinos imploded after Gatti's conviction, how the Bonanos fractured under the weight of infighting. They understood that the days of loud bosses and flamboyant violence were over. The new world demanded discipline, patience, discretion. So they adapted, and because they adapted, they endured. Even as the FBI evolved building sophisticated racketeering cases, embedding undercover agents, creating federal task forces specifically designed to crack mafia structures, the Genovese family remained the hardest to touch. Indictments came, yes, but the family never collapsed. It absorbed losses, replaced leaders, and moved forward. Today, remnants of that system still exist. Even with decades of federal pressure, countless informants, and modern surveillance, the Genovese family operates with a level of secrecy that remains the envy of organized crime historians and law enforcement alike. It's not because they are untouchable, but because they are unseeable. Their power lies not in the strength of a single man, but in the architecture of their silence. The family of fronts remains, in many ways, the final evolution of La Cosa Nostra. Not loud, not violent, just hidden, and that, above all, is why they're still here. Chapter 13. The Westies' alliance and control of Hell's Kitchen in the smoky twilight of 1970s. New York, the west side of Manhattan, simmered with tension. From the Hudson River docks to the neon lights of Times Square, Hell's Kitchen remained one of the city's most chaotic and violent enclaves. For decades, it had been the turf of Irish street gangs, territorial, erratic, prone to drunken brawls and impulsive bloodshed. But as skyscrapers rose and the city evolved, Hell's Kitchen remained frozen in time, gritty, lawless, and dangerous. It was, in many ways, the last frontier, and the Genovese crime family, always calculated in its expansion, saw an opportunity. Not to conquer but to partner. At the center of this volatile world stood a gang known simply as the Westies. Their name whispered through precincts and alleyways, invoked not with respect but with dread. These weren't the old-school Irish racketeers of a previous generation. The Westies were different. Their violence was unrestrained, almost theatrical in its savagery. Led by a psychotic and charismatic figure named James "Jimmy C." Nunn, the Westies made headlines for dismemberment, extortion, and brutal reprisals that stunned even seasoned Mafia enforcers. Cunanan was no fool. He had grown up idolizing the gangsters who ruled the city. He studied Gatti, watched Gigante from afar, and understood that pure violence, while useful, wasn't sustainable. To elevate his crew beyond barroom thuggery, he needed structure, he needed alliances, and above all, he needed protection. Because the NYPD and FBI were circling, and the old guard of the Irish mob, the loose network of aging gunmen who once ruled Hell's Kitchen, was fading. It was during this transitional moment that the Genovese family entered the picture. For decades, They had controlled much of Manhattan's East Side through union rackets and construction schemes. Their influence stretched across Little Italy, into the Bronx, and deep into the shipping piers along the Hudson. But the West Side, particularly the chaos of Hell's Kitchen, remained too unpredictable for direct control. The solution wasn't to take over, it was to co-opt. The arrangement began quietly. The Genovese family, through intermediaries, approached Jimmy Coonan and his crew. A meeting was held not in a backroom bar or a dimly lit alley, but in a Manhattan restaurant packed with civilians. This was how the Genovese did business: calm, public, unassuming. The message was simple. The Westies could keep their territory, but from now on they answered to the family. In return, they'd receive protection, access to higher-level rackets, and the support of an empire. Coonan agreed. The alliance was born not out of friendship or shared blood, but out of mutual need. The Westies gave the Genovese family muscle on the West Side, ruthless, unquestioning, and native to the streets they patrolled. In turn, the Genovese gave the Westies legitimacy, a taste of Mafia discipline, and the kind of criminal infrastructure that took decades to build. Together, they created a stranglehold on Hell's Kitchen. Union jobs, once scarce in the neighborhood, were now handed out with strategic precision. Anyone who wanted to work in construction or haul freight from the docks paid tribute. Strip clubs, nightclubs, and after-hours joints all were taxed, and those who refused. They were introduced to Westie justice, beatings with lead pipes, disappearances into the Hudson, bodies found in tenement basements. The violence was swift and final, but it was no longer chaotic. It was directed. The Genovese didn't just use the Westies as enforcers, they used them as insulation. When something needed to be done that was too risky for made men, the Westies handled it. Hits, threats, intimidation, this gave the Genovese a layer of deniability. If a problem arose, the Irish were blamed, and if law enforcement came knocking, the trail rarely led back to the family. For a time, the partnership flourished. The West Side boomed. Developers began investing in real estate. New money poured into the city, and everyone wanted a piece. But nothing moved in Hell's Kitchen without the nod of the Genovese. They had embedded themselves into the neighborhood's DNA, unseen, untouchable. But with growth came greed, and with greed came instability. Within the Westies, fractures began to appear. Jimmy Coonan's inner circle was plagued by paranoia, drugs, and internal betrayal. His lieutenant, Mickey Featherstone, once the most feared killer in the crew, grew disillusioned. Featherstone began to question the loyalty of those around him. He suspected correctly that some of his associates were pocketing money, dealing heroin behind the family's back, and, in some cases, cooperating with law enforcement. The Genovese watched carefully. Their model depended on discipline, on silence. They tolerated violence, but not disobedience. As the Westies grew more erratic, the Genovese family began to distance itself. They quietly scaled back operations in the neighborhood, redirecting resources to more stable ventures. They still allowed the Westies to operate, but the leash was shorter. In 1986, the alliance suffered a mortal blow. Mickey Featherstone, facing a murder conviction, flipped. He agreed to testify against his own crew, providing a roadmap of the Westies' crimes and, to a lesser extent, their Mafia connections. His testimony led to indictments, convictions, and the collapse of what remained of Cunan's empire. The Genovese family, ever cautious, emerged mostly unscathed. They had never allowed their fingerprints to be left on anything. No direct meetings, no phone calls, no paper trails, and when questioned about the Westies, their response was uniform. We don't know them, we don't work with them. It was a lie, but it was one the government couldn't prove. Even after the fall of the Westies, the Genovese maintained a foothold in Hell's Kitchen. They installed new buffers, local operatives who looked legitimate on paper but answered quietly to higher powers. They shifted focus from brute force to white-collar, crimes real, estate scams, bid rigging, union fraud. The streets changed, the blood dried, but the influence remained. What made the Genovese-Westies alliance so significant wasn't just the profits it generated or the territory it secured. It was what it revealed about the Genovese approach to power. They didn't need to conquer every block or kill every rival. They simply needed to adapt, to find chaos and organize it, to find rage and weaponize it. And when their tools became unstable, they discarded them efficiently. Without sentiment, the story of Hell's Kitchen wasn't just the story of Irish-American violence or Mafia expansion. It was a case study in modern criminal strategy, a lesson in how to survive in a city that never stops watching. The Westies came and went, their leaders imprisoned, their soldiers dead or disappeared. But the Genovese family, they endured because they never needed to be seen. Their alliance with the Westies was temporary. Their control of the city was permanent. Chapter 14. Labor, Racketeering, and the Fulton Fish Market before dawn broke over Manhattan's East River. While the city still slept and the streets lay slick with dew, a hidden empire came to life. The Fulton Fish Market, called chaos, more than just a place of commerce. It was the beating heart of New York's seafood industry. For nearly a century, men in blood-stained aprons unloaded trucks, weighed flounder, cut deals over bluefin, and shouted orders above the roar of forklifts. But beneath the ice beds and crates of shrimp, another business thrived, one ruled not by merchants or fishermen, but by the Genovese crime family. To understand how the Mafia embedded itself so deeply into New York's waterfront, one must begin with the labor unions. In theory, unions were created to protect workers bargaining for better wages, safer conditions, and fair schedules. In practice, many became fiefdoms of organized crime. The Genovese family recognized the potential early. Where there were unions, there was money. And where there was money, there was power. The family didn't need to use force to seize control. They used influence, placement, and silence. By quietly installing their associates into leadership positions, treasurers, vice presidents, shop stewards, they began to exert invisible pressure. Members of the International Longshoremen's Association, Local 359, and other key docks unions quickly found themselves taking orders from men they couldn't question. Dissent was not punished with pink slips, was punished with beatings, threats, or sudden transfers to the graveyard shift. The Fulton Fish Market was no exception. Located just off South Street, it had become an ideal hub for corruption. Thousands of tons of seafood moved through its icy halls each week. No product was more perishable, no inventory more volatile. This made it the perfect environment for extortion, If a delivery truck arrived late, the fish spoiled. If unloading was delayed, losses mounted. And if vendors wanted smooth operations, they had to pay. The Genovese family ensured this system ran with quiet efficiency. Every crate, every scale, every delivery time attached to a price. They didn't run the market. They owned its rhythm. Vendors who refused to pay found their shipments lost. Refrigeration broke. Forklifts vanished. Those who cooperated were rewarded with priority treatments, front-of-the-line access, smooth inspections, and protection from petty thieves. But that protection came at a cost. It always did. Through Local 359, the Genovese family extracted thousands of dollars a week from fish, wholesalers, retailers, and independent truckers. The payments weren't listed on invoices or recorded in ledgers. They were made in envelopes, slipped into pockets, passed in handshakes at dawn. It was an ecosystem of fear maintained without spectacle. The kind of control that never made headlines because it was too embedded to notice, and the family's reach extended far beyond the docks. Construction companies looking to pour concrete along the waterfront, they had to deal with Genovese unions, warehousing firms trying to store frozen fish in Brooklyn. They paid tribute through intermediaries. Even sanitation crews who cleaned the market at night often reported to supervisors with Mafia ties. It wasn't just the fish. It was the entire logistical chain from ocean to tables, lowly strangled by invisible hands. Federal authorities knew what was happening. They had known for decades. But proving it was another matter entirely. The Genovese family didn't leave evidence. There were no signed contracts, no direct threats recorded on tape. Investigations came and went. Grand juries were convened. But when witnesses were called, they remembered little. They feared much. Some investigators described the fish market as a sovereign state within the city. It operated on its own. Rules policed not by the NYPD, but by the quiet nods of Genovese men who didn't wear uniforms. The family enforced order, kept petty criminals out, settled disputes between vendors, even punished drunken dock workers who caused trouble. It was, for many, a paradox, a criminal enterprise that created stability. And so the silence held at the center of the operation were a handful of key figures, men like Carmine Romano, a maid soldier who became the face of the Genovese presence on the docks. Romano wasn't flashy. He didn't drive expensive cars or flaunt his power. He simply showed up every morning, took his seat at the market office, and made the decisions that mattered. Who got which deliveries? Who was late? Who had paid dot? He had paid dot. He rarely spoke in anger. He didn't need to. Romano's influence grew so strong that by the late 1980s, even federal investigators admitted privately that removing him would destabilize the market. He was the gatekeeper, the unofficial mayor of Fulton. But power, even when silent, leaves a footprint. In 1989, the FBI launched a renewed investigation into the Fulton fish market. Working with undercover agents and informants, they began building a case that stretched beyond petty extortion. They traced kickbacks, documented bribes, and compiled a network of influence that reached from the ice rooms of the market to the boardrooms of shipping companies. Romano and several associates were arrested. The charges included racketeering, extortion, and conspiracy. It was a rare breach in the Genovese armor. But even with convictions, the problem didn't go away. The structure remained. New names stepped into old roles. The family, true to form, had prepared for attrition. Acting captains replaced fallen ones. The system, designed to absorb pressure, bent but didn't break. For the Genovese family, the waterfront had always been more than a business. It was a statement of presence. Control of the docks meant control of the city's heartbeat, and nowhere was that more literal than at Fulton. The fish market supplied restaurants, hotels, hospitals. It shaped the price of seafood from Boston to Baltimore. And as long as the Genovese family held sway there, they weren't just criminals, they were brokers of commerce. Over time, however, the city changed in the early 2000s in response to public pressure and the relentless grind of federal investigations. The Fulton Fish Market was relocated to the Bronx. The old cobbled streets of South Street fell quiet. The new facility was state-of-the-art, fortified against corruption and outfitted with surveillance. Law enforcement hailed the move as a victory. A new era, a clean slate, but beneath the modern veneer, the lessons of the past endured. The Genovese family didn't vanish, they simply shifted, as they always had. Their influence seeped into the new market through different means, less overt, more sophisticated. The days of fish-covered envelopes and dockside beatings were fading, but the principle remained unchanged. Wherever there is labor, wherever there is movement, wherever there is money, there is opportunity. Today, when visitors walk along the quiet streets of what used to be the Fulton Fish Market, they see history. They see a bygone era of maritime trade and salty air. But for those who remember, the ice is not yet melted. The whispers still echo. And the story of how a criminal syndicate turned a fish market into a fortress remains one of the most chilling and masterful chapters in the annals of American organized crime. It was never just about the unions. It was about control, and the Genovese family, silent and invisible, held it for longer than anyone dared to admit. Chapter 15. The Garbage Wars, Sanitation. Mob-style, in the shadows of Manhattan's towering skyline, amid the noise of Wall Street deals and Broadway lights, a different kind of empire was quietly built, one rooted not in stock exchanges or cultural prestige, but in something far more basic. Trash, beneath the surface of New York City's booming economy, lay a web of corruption so entrenched, so systematic, that most residents never even noticed it. They simply wheeled their bins to the curb, and like clockwork, the garbage disappeared. What they didn't know was that every plastic bag, every broken box, every piece of waste that vanished from sight was feeding one of the Mafia's most lucrative rackets. At the center of it all stood the Genovese crime family, silent, calculating, and firmly in control of the city's garbage. For decades, waste management in New York wasn't just a public service, it was a criminal monopoly. The Mafia, and especially the Genovese family, recognized early that where there is waste, there is wealth. By the 1950s and 60s, they had begun to infiltrate the city's private carting industry, which handled commercial and industrial trash not managed by the Department of Sanitation. Restaurants, office buildings, hotels, and factories. Virtually every business in the 5 boroughs relied on private haulers to keep their operations clean, and every one of those haulers answered directly or indirectly to the mob, the Genovese approach was simple and devastatingly effective. They created what was known as the cartel, a closed system in which garbage routes were divided like Mafia territories. Each hauler was assigned certain streets, certain clients, and they were forbidden under threat of violence to poach customers from a rival. There was no competition. Prices were fixed. Contracts were enforced with the kind of discipline that city regulators could only dream of. The result was a stranglehold over the industry, one that generated tens of millions of dollars annually. This cartel didn't operate in secrecy. Everyone in the industry knew the rules. New haulers had to pay to enter. Those who tried to operate independently often found their trucks vandalized, their tires slashed, their employees threatened. Some disappeared altogether. Legitimate businessmen, hoping to build honest waste companies, quickly realized they were playing a rigged game. The Genovese family wasn't just involved, they were the rulebook. The mechanics of control were precise. The family placed trusted associates inside major carting companies. These weren't loudmouths or enforcers. They were businessmen, often well-dressed, articulate, and discreet. They handled the books, negotiated contracts, and attended industry meetings. And while they rarely made public threats, their presence sent an unmistakable message. Compliance was not optional. Key to the operation was the Trade Waste Association, a so-called professional organization that served as the face of the industry. In truth, it was a frontier tool for the Genovese family to coordinate price fixing, mediate disputes, and monitor loyalty. If a hauler tried to leave the association, he found himself blacklisted. If he underbid a job, he was warned. If he didn't listen, he was removed. What made the garbage racket so durable was its invisibility. To the outside world, it looked like a normal business. Trucks ran on time, contracts were signed, invoices were mailed, but underneath the paperwork was a system of tribute and control as rigid as anything in Sicily. And because the service was consistent, most customers never complained. If the garbage got picked up, no one asked questions. But the money, steady, reliable, untraceable, was enormous. Every month, thousands of businesses paid inflated rates to haulers who kicked a portion of their earnings back to the family. These kickbacks, collected in cash and often delivered in person, funded not only the Genovese family's lifestyle, but also their legal defense funds, political contributions, and investment in other rackets. Waste management became the financial backbone of the enterprise, clean on the surface, filthy underneath. Federal investigators long suspected the truth, but proving it required years of surveillance, wiretaps, and undercover operations. The breakthrough came in the 1990s, when a task force of FBI agents and city investigators launched a comprehensive sting known as Operation Wasteland. They embedded informants inside the Trade Waste Association. They tapped phones. They followed money trails. What they uncovered was breathtaking in its scale. Dozens of haulers were implicated. Executives from supposedly legitimate companies were caught on tape discussing territory disputes, price fixing, and payoffs to Mafia figures. Meetings once considered harmless industry gatherings were revealed to be high-level sit-downs where Genovese representatives set the agenda. One of the most damning discoveries was the extent of the family's political influence through campaign, donations, union leverage, and quiet backroom deals. The Genovese had managed to delay regulation, suppress oversight, and install sympathetic figures in key positions. Their control of garbage wasn't just physical, it was institutional. When indictments came down, they were sweeping: racketeering, extortion, conspiracy. The Trade Waste Association was dismantled. Several high-ranking figures were convicted, including men with direct ties to the Genovese hierarchy. The city declared victory. Reforms were introduced. A new licensing system was created to vet carting companies and their executives. And for the first time in decades, the garbage war seemed to be over. But like all victories against the Genovese family, it was partial. The family adapted. They stepped back from direct control. They allowed front companies run by nominally clean owners to take over routes. But behind closed doors, the old rules still applied. Kickbacks continued. Territories remained fixed. And while the names changed, the structure remained eerily familiar to this day. Whispers persist that organized crime maintains a foothold in the industry. Not as blatantly as before, but in quieter, more sophisticated ways. Shell companies, silent partnerships, hidden investments. The family learned that brute force attracted attention. Subtlety, on the other hand, offered permanence. The story of the garbage wars is more than just a tale of mafia greed. It's a window into how the Genovese family operated at its peak. They didn't just run illegal casinos or hijack trucks. They embedded themselves into the essential functions of the city, its unions, its markets, its sanitation. They understood that power wasn't about visibility. It was about leverage. A business as mundane as waste collection became a fortress of profit, protected by silence and built on fear. And because they didn't wear flashy suits or call attention to themselves, the Genovese family lasted longer, made more money, and survived where others fell. Their empire was one of shadows and garbage. In its own way, was the perfect front dot in the end. The garbage racket reveals the Genovese genius. Take what others overlook, and own it completely. And so long as trash needed to be hauled, the city would unknowingly keep paying tribute to the Mafia's silent giants. Chapter 16. Gigante's reign, fear, silence, and strategy in the murky underworld of organized crime. Power often comes with spectacle, flamboyant bosses, tabloid headlines, and courtroom theatrics. But Vincent the Chin Gigante rewrote that script with quiet menace and eerie calculation. He ruled not with shouts, but with silence, not with fame, but with fear. While other mafia dons burned hot and fell hard, Gigante simmered cool, cautious, and terrifyingly effective. By the time he formally assumed the role of boss of the Genovese crime family, he had already been pulling the strings for years. His reign would be unlike any other, elusive, unpredictable, and masterfully concealed by the late 1980s. Gigante had completed one of the most elaborate deceptions in American criminal history. To law enforcement, he appeared a deranged relic of the old mafia man who wandered the streets of Greenwich Village in a bathrobe, muttering to himself, unshaven and disoriented. Neighbors pitied him. Doctors diagnosed him with paranoid schizophrenia. His family insisted he was mentally unfit, and for years judges believed it. It was all a lie, a performance, a smokescreen so convincing that even seasoned FBI agents doubted their own suspicions. But behind the curtain, Gigante was a master tactician, overseeing the most powerful and insulated crime family in the country. The Chin's genius wasn't just in evading capture, it was in controlling chaos. He understood the importance of discipline, and he imposed it with ruthless efficiency. The Genovese family, under his leadership, became the model of mafia structure. Every move was measured, every conversation coded. Orders were relayed through layers of intermediaries acting bosses, consigliere street captains, all carefully groomed to protect the hierarchy. This system of buffers ensured that Gigante's fingerprints were never on anything. If a hit was ordered, it came through whispers. If a rival was removed, no one dared mention his name. To say the Chin aloud in meetings was forbidden. He was referred to only in gestures, a nod, a look, a tilt of the head. Even within the family, he was more myth than man. Gigante's leadership style was surgical. He didn't crave headlines. He craved control. Under his command, the Genovese family tightened its grip on traditional rackets construction, garbage, labor unions, gambling, but also expanded into new territories: Wall Street fraud, credit card scams, and high-end loan sharking. While other families floundered under the spotlight, the Genovese thrived in the shadows. Gigante had no use for flashy earners who brought heat. He preferred old-world loyalty, low profiles, and men who understood the value of discretion. Those who violated these principles were quickly and often permanently silenced. Gigante also played a long game with law enforcement. His Insanity Act, rehearsed for over 3 decades, became both shield and weapon. When he was summoned to court, he arrived on a stretcher. When prosecutors pushed for psychological evaluations, his doctors presented years of medical records, prescriptions, and hospitalizations. The courts stalled, cases collapsed, and each time Gigante emerged unscathed. His legend grew. To the outside world, he was a feeble lunatic. Inside the family, he was an untouchable godfather. But his madness was never confusion, it was strategy. He micromanaged operations with astonishing clarity. He knew which captains were earning, which unions were vulnerable, and which politicians could be leaned on. He approved murders, authorized bribes, and brokered deals with other families. He read the landscape of New York like a general studies a battlefield, every borough, every precinct, every potential threat. And always he planned for contingencies. His leadership also relied on psychological warfare. Fear was his currency. Not the explosive kind wielded by gangsters like Gotti, but a quieter, more corrosive terror. Associates didn't fear what Gigante might say. They feared what he wouldn't. His silence, his unpredictability, his constant invisibility made him impossible to predict, and, in the Mafia, unpredictability kills. Under his rule, the Genovese family didn't just become the richest and most structured, they became the most paranoid. And yet, Gigante's insulation couldn't last forever. By the 1990s, federal prosecutors were evolving. The FBI had restructured its organized crime task forces, embracing long-term surveillance and sophisticated wiretaps. New informants emerged, low-level earners, pressured by prison sentences or the threat of death, who began to peel back the layers of the Genovese machine. The Chin's carefully constructed illusion began to fracture. In 1997, after decades of near-mythical evasion, the Justice Department finally broke through. Vincent Gigante was indicted on racketeering and murder conspiracy charges. Prosecutors presented evidence of his direct involvement in extortion, murder plots, and family operations. They unveiled recordings, testimonies, financial records, all pointing to the same conclusion. The bathrobe was a costume, and the madness an act. Even then, Gigante fought back. His lawyers argued mental incompetence, citing hospital stays, psychiatric assessments, and a lifetime of bizarre behavior. But this time, the illusion failed. Too much evidence, too many insiders had flipped. In 1997, Gigante was convicted and sentenced to 12 years in federal prison. Still, he managed to maintain influence behind bars, quietly steering operations. Through trusted lieutenants, his power, though weakened, remained intact until his death. Vincent "the Chin" Gigante died in 2005 at the age of 77. He passed not in the streets or in court, but in a federal medical center surrounded by silence. No fireworks, no final act, just the quiet end of one of the most cunning reigns in Mafia history. And yet, even in death, his legacy lingered. The systems he created, the layers, buffers, plausible deniability continue to shape how the Genovese family operates. His blueprint became doctrine. The story of Gigante is not just a tale of deceit or criminal ingenuity. It is a case study in the psychology of power. He showed that the greatest threat isn't always the loudest man in the room. Sometimes it's the one you never see coming, the one walking down Sullivan Street in slippers, mumbling to himself, while orchestrating a criminal empire from the shadows. In the end, the Chin didn't just fool the system, he bent it to his will. Chapter 17. The Windows Case, Cracking the Code of Secrecy in the late 1980s. New York City was a city under construction. Skyscrapers gleamed in the sunlight, scaffolding wrapped around aging tenements, and cranes cut silhouettes against the horizon. But behind the steady hum of jackhammers and the clang of steel, a quiet conspiracy thrived. It wasn't drug trafficking or street-level extortion. It was something far more mundane and infinitely more lucrative. Window installation. And what seemed like a simple trade soon unraveled into one of the largest and most revealing mafia corruption cases in the city's history. At its center stood the Genovese family, shielded by layers of silence, tradition, and fear. But for once their fortress would crack. The Windows Case was not born of dramatic shootouts or informant betrayals. It began with an observation, a pattern. City officials noticed that nearly every major housing project funded by the New York City Housing Authority, NYCH, awarded its window contracts to the same small circle of companies. The bids were almost always close in price. The winning firm changed from job to job, but the players stayed the same. The contracts were massive, often exceeding $100 million annually. And yet, there was no real competition. Something was wrong. Investigators began digging slowly and methodically. They followed paperwork, not people. They tracked invoices, company registrations, and licensing records. And what they found confirmed their suspicions. The contracts were being manipulated. Companies that appeared to be competitors were, in fact, colluding. Bids were being rotated, inflated, and rigged, ensuring that no matter which firm won the job, the money always flowed back to the same place. And that place, it turned out, was the Genovese crime family. The Mafia's interest in construction was not new. For decades, they had dominated the industry through union influence, no-show jobs, and kickback schemes. But the Windows case represented something different. It was centralized, organized, and frighteningly efficient. The Genovese didn't just control one part of the process, they controlled it all. The manufacturing, the delivery, the installation, every window installed in a NICA building had passed, directly or indirectly, through their grip. At the core of the scheme was a network of dummy corporations, companies that appeared independent but were in reality owned by Mafia associates. These firms would submit bids, often with the understanding that they would deliberately overprice or lose to a pre-selected winner. In return, they'd receive a share of the profits. The winning firm would then pay kickbacks, often as much as 10 to 20% of the contractor Genovese-linked figures who facilitated the deal. The families shared the spoils. Not just the Genovese, but their allies in the Lucchese, Gambino, and Colombo families as well. It was, effectively, a cartel. What made the Windows case so dangerous to the Mafia wasn't just the money involved. It was the paper trail. For once, there were records, contracts, checks, wire transfers, and in the background, federal prosecutors were watching. They had learned from past failures. Instead of chasing individual crimes, they built a RICO case, a sweeping conspiracy charge designed to dismantle criminal organizations by proving a pattern of illegal activity. The FBI Organized Crime Division, working with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, launched a full-scale investigation. Undercover agents were inserted into construction firms. Wiretaps were placed on phones linked to Genovese associates. Informants, including low-level installers and middlemen, began to talk. Some feared prison, others feared the mob less than. They feared poverty, and one by one the pieces came together. The evidence was staggering. In total, authorities uncovered over $150 million in rigged contracts. The Genovese family had used its influence not just to secure jobs, but to dictate every aspect of pricing, supply chains, and labor. They had corrupted public officials, threatened honest contractors, and siphoned off millions intended for public housing improvements. And all of it had been done in the shadows, behind the faces of seemingly legitimate businesses. One name that emerged prominently was Laborio Barney Bellomo, a rising star in the Genovese hierarchy. Though still relatively young, Bellomo had already earned a reputation as a strategic thinker, soft-spoken, unassuming, and fiercely loyal. He was deeply involved in the union relationships that allowed the scheme to function. Through Local 580 and Local 3 to BJ2 unions, critical to window installation and maintenance, Genovese control was absolute. Workers who asked too many questions were transferred or fired. Contractors who resisted were blacklisted. The system policed itself, but even the most disciplined systems have weak points. In 1994, the first wave of indictments dropped. Nearly 30 individuals were charged, contractors, union officials, and known mob figures. Among them were soldiers and capos from the Genovese and Lucchese families. Prosecutors unveiled the full scope of the scheme in open court, laying bare the Mafia's infiltration of one of the city's most critical public sectors. Headlines followed. So did panic inside the organization. Unlike previous cases, where charges often hinged on informants or vague conspiracy, The Windows case had weight. It had documents, wiretaps, and money trails. For the Genovese family, famously protective, famously secretive, it was a moment of exposure, a chink in the armor, and for federal authorities it was proof that the family, while brilliant in structure, was not invulnerable. Trials dragged on for years. Some defendants pled guilty. Others went to prison. A few flipped, offering new insights into how the Genovese operated. One key revelation was the use of administration panels, small committees of acting captains who handled day-to-day decisions without involving the official boss. This system of decentralized power made the family harder to target, but it also allowed prosecutors to map their structure more clearly than ever before. The ripple effects of the case were significant. New laws were passed to prevent future bid rigging. The city overhauled its contract bidding process, introducing transparency and auditing mechanisms. Several unions underwent internal reform, and a wave of retirements swept through companies. Linked to the Mafia, while the Genovese family didn't collapse, their grip on construction weakened. Their name, once whispered in reverence across job sites, now sparked caution. The fear had not vanished, but it had dimmed. Still, the family adapted. They shifted focus to other rackets. They buried deeper into real estate deals, financial fraud, and cybercrime. The Windows case had stung, but it had not destroyed them. It served as a warning and as a lesson. For law enforcement, it was a rare victory, not just in arrests or convictions, but in strategy. It proved that patience, data, and collaboration could crack even the most insulated criminal networks. And for the public, it revealed something darker, that even the most routine aspects of city life, like the windows on a housing project, could be exploited, manipulated, and sold by men in the shadows. The Genovese family didn't need blood. To build an empire, they needed leverage, control, and silence. But in the end, it was a paper trail, not a bullet, that brought them closest to collapse. The Windows case didn't end the Genovese dynasty, but for a moment it opened a window, and through it the world saw what had long been hidden. Chapter 18. Undercover and Untouchable. The feds close in for decades. The Genovese crime family had thrived in silence. While other mafia families boasted, postured, and fell, the Genovese remained impenetrable, disciplined, structured, and nearly invisible. To law enforcement, they were the ultimate puzzle. Every effort to bring them down was met with a wall of code words, ghost-like lieutenants, and a rigid hierarchy that kept the top insulated from the street. The bosses were names, not faces. The orders were whispers, not meetings. And for years, the FBI could do little more than circle them, waiting for a crack to appear. But by the late 1990s and early 2000s, the federal government changed its approach. No longer would they wait for a slap-at. They would send men inside. The shift in strategy came with the realization that traditional surveillance wasn't enough. The Genovese family had refined the art of secrecy. They didn't use phones. They didn't write things down. Sit-downs were held in parks, cars, or cafes, always moving, always cautious. Captains communicated with underlings through layers of intermediaries. Soldiers who spoke too much were disciplined. Those who brought attention were cut out. Even the smallest pieces of information were treated like state secrets. And it worked. The FBI's bugs captured noise. Their tails hit dead ends. Their cases collapsed in court, so the Bureau went deeper. They began cultivating informants, not just scared soldiers or disgruntled earners, but men on the inside. Associates who could sit at tables, shake hands, and collect secrets with hidden wires under their shirts. It was a dangerous move. The Genovese family, more than any other, valued internal loyalty and imposed brutal consequences for betrayal. But desperation breeds boldness. And in 1997, the FBI made its first significant breakthrough. Joseph Valachi had been the government's first major Mafia insider back in the 1960s. But the Genovese family had learned from that betrayal. For decades afterward, not a single high defector emerged from their ranks. That changed with Vincent "Fish" Caffaroa, former capo and longtime confidant to boss Anthony "Fat Tony" Salerno. Caffaro had been arrested on racketeering charges and facing a long prison sentence. He flipped. What he gave federal authorities wasn't just information. It was architecture. He outlined the family's structure, the rotating panels of leadership, the code of silence, and the way power shifted without names ever being spoken aloud. He revealed the use of front bosses, figureheads, used to mislead investigators, while the real leadership operated in the shadows. It was everything the Bureau had suspected but never proven. Caffaro's testimony cracked the outer shell. But what came next was surgical infiltration. In 2003, the FBI launched one of its boldest undercover operations, placing Special Agent Joaquin "Jack" Garcia inside the Gambino family under the alias Jack Falcone. Though technically targeting another family, Garcia's operation inadvertently revealed overlapping business ventures and alliances that included Genovese-controlled unions and construction sites. For the first time in years, agents were close enough to see the Genovese ecosystem in motion. How they avoided phones, how they rotated leadership, how every major decision went through silent channels. Garcia later said that the Genovese were the Ivy League of organized crime, but the true game-changer came with wiretaps, not on the bosses, but on the fringes. Instead of targeting the top, agents bugged cars, social clubs, and homes belonging to lower-level associates and union figures. They didn't need direct confessions. They needed context, phrases, nicknames, slips. One soldier talking about uncle showing up at a wedding, another referencing the old man nodding yes in the corner of a cafe. Bit by bit, a mosaic formed, and then, in 2005, a breakthrough. Recording captured Genovese capo Dominic Quiet Dom Chiriolo discussing orders passed down from the panel, the group, believed to be running the family in the absence of a formal boss. Chiriolo didn't say names. He didn't need to. For prosecutors, it was enough. Still, even with growing evidence, trials were difficult. Genovese lawyers were sharp, aggressive, and always prepared. Jurors were intimidated. Witnesses recanted. Prosecutors had to build cases like cathedrals, slowly, meticulously, and brick by brick. The FBI turned to RICO laws, hoping to tie together decades of crimes into single, sweeping indictments. And while it worked with other families, the Genovese remained maddeningly elusive. They didn't allow internal wars. They didn't indulge in drug trafficking like others. They kept their operations tight, localized, and fiercely protected. Then, came the case of Antonio Genovese Capo, deeply involved in extortion and loan sharking. Through a combination of surveillance, flipped bookies, and long-term undercover work, Antico was finally indicted in 2008. His case, while not the toppling of the family, revealed once again how the Genovese kept control through intimidation, silence, and financial precision. He was convicted, and cracks widened. Other arrests followed. Lawrence, Little Larry, Dentico, Daniel, Danny the Lion, Leo, even Laborio, Barney, Bella Malong, suspected of acting as a street boss. Indicted, though he managed to walk free after legal wrangling. Each time, the government hoped for collapse. Each time, the Genovese adapted. They didn't just replace their leaders, they restructured, they buried deeper, they recruited younger members with cleaner records, and most importantly, they stopped talking. The Bureau's frustrations mounted. Their informants were fewer. Their bugs picked up less. The Genovese were learning again, retreating into their playbook of shadows. No meetings, no phones, no trust. By the 2010s, the FBI began to shift resources toward cybercrime, terrorism, and international threats. Organized crime units shrank. Budgets were cut. And in that silence, the Genovese family once again receded into the dark. Some agents believed the family was weakened beyond repair. Others, more seasoned, disagreed. They saw signs, quiet takeovers of old rackets, subtle control of unions, whispers of influence over construction projects in New Jersey and upstate New York. The machine was still there, just quieter. The Genovese had become less a family than a ghost, present but unseen, powerful but indistinct. Their resilience wasn't just in muscle, but in philosophy. While others chased glory, they chased longevity. While others embraced headlines, they embraced shadows. In the end, the FBI never landed the cinematic takedown they had long envisioned, sweeping arrest of a full leadership table, a dramatic trial with dozens of capos in shackles. What they got instead were fragments, capos here, soldiers there, a few money men turned informant, enough to wound but never kill. And perhaps that was the final lesson of the Genovese family, that true power isn't loud. It's disciplined, patient, and always watching, as one agent put it after a failed surveillance operation. You don't catch the Genovese in the act. You find the outline of where they were. They were the silent giants of American organized crime. And even as the FBI closed in, they never truly disappeared. Chapter 19. The Downfall of the Oddfather in the Criminal Underworld of New York City. Few men carried a mystique as layered and impenetrable as Vincent the Chin Gigante. For decades, he drifted through the streets of Greenwich Village, in a threadbare bathrobe, muttering incoherently, dodging traffic, eyes blank, face slack with supposed confusion. To the public, he was a neighborhood eccentric, harmless, maybe even pitiable. To the Mafia, he was something else entirely, the undisputed boss of the Genovese crime family, a man who ran a sprawling empire with the cunning of a chess master and the discipline of a soldier. But in the end, even Gigante's genius couldn't shield him forever. The performance was Oscar-worthy, but the curtain would fall. The downfall of the Oddfather had begun. By the early 1990s, law enforcement had grown weary of the act. For 30 years, Gigante had avoided serious prosecution. evading legal consequences behind a smokescreen of psychiatric evaluations, hospitalizations, and carefully choreographed outbursts. Defense attorneys claimed he was mentally unfit to stand trial. His family echoed the story. His doctors, paid and loyal, provided endless files diagnosing schizophrenia, delusions, and dementia. But investigators, especially those in the FBI Organized Crime Division, weren't buying it anymore. They had listened to wiretaps, seen the surveillance photos, reviewed reports from confidential informants. This wasn't a man losing his grip on reality. This was a criminal mastermind hiding in plain sight. In 1990, federal authorities took their shot. Gigante was indicted on racketeering charges stemming from a sprawling investigation into the Genovese family's extortion, murder conspiracies, and labor racketeering. The charges were serious and sweeping. But once again, Gigante invoked insanity. His lawyers argued he was unfit to stand trial. The court hearings were surreal. Psychiatric experts testified that he couldn't understand the charges against him. Surveillance footage showed him wandering the streets in his robe, looking lost. He arrived to court in a wheelchair, slumped, eyes downcast, seemingly incoherent, but behind the performance, Gigante still held the reins of a criminal empire. FBI agents knew he was signing off on murders, controlling union contracts, and coordinating extortion through trusted lieutenants. Vincent Gigante, a former capo who had flipped, told prosecutors in clear terms, Gigante's insanity was a long act, rehearsed and polished over decades. Gigante described meetings where Gigante appeared lucid, alert, and commanding. He detailed how underlings were instructed never to mention Gigante's name, referring to him only with nods, hand gestures, or cryptic phrases. Everything about the man screamed, strategy not, sickness dot, the case stalled. Judges hesitated to proceed against a man who, by all outward appearances, couldn't form coherent sentences. The justice system had little precedent for handling someone so convincingly detached from reality, especially when that detachment might itself be a disguise. And so the clock ticked. Years passed, witnesses died, evidence aged, and still Gigante remained untouchable. But the Bureau didn't stop. They doubled down. They refined their surveillance, placed new wiretaps, and leaned harder on informants. Slowly, they built a case not just on criminal activity, but on the fraud itself. They began to treat the Insanity Act as a criminal enterprise of its own. Witnesses emerged, some from within the family, who admitted they'd been coached on how to talk about the chin's condition. Doctors were interviewed. Financial records were subpoenaed. The facade began to unravel. In 1997, nearly 7 years after his original indictment, Gigante was finally declared competent to stand trial. The moment marked a seismic shift in Mafia prosecution. The defense's psychiatric argument was no longer enough. Prosecutors had evidence, testimony, and a narrative that framed Gigante not as a madman, but as a manipulator. The courtroom buzzed with reporters, law students, and agents who had spent their entire careers trying to bring him down. The trial itself was a theater of contradictions. Gigante sat slumped at the defense table, expression blank, barely reacting. As prosecutors laid out his crimes, they described extortion schemes targeting union locals and Manhattan contractors. They tied him to murders, to bid rigging, to the vast labor rackets that ran through the city's construction industry. They played tapes and introduced ledgers, showing how money flowed from street-level earners up through buffers and into Gigante's command, but the most devastating blow came from within. More than one cooperating witnessman who had sat in meetings with Gigante, passed envelopes, and delivered messages, told jurors that the boss was not only aware of the family's business, he was its architect. One former Genovese associate described how Gigante had directed hits, approved promotions, and micromanaged his subordinates with terrifying clarity. He didn't forget a thing, the witness said, not a single name, not a single deal. The jury didn't buy the bathrobe. In December 1997, Vincent Gigante was convicted on federal racketeering and murder conspiracy charges. He was sentenced to 12 years in federal prison. The verdict was historic not just because a Mafia boss had been brought to justice, but because the government had exposed and dismantled one of the most elaborate legal deceptions in criminal history. The Oddfather was unmasked. Even in prison, Gigante tried to maintain the performance. He shuffled through the halls in slippers, mumbled to guards, and played up the act, but it no longer mattered. The Bureau had won, and in winning they had changed the game. Future prosecutions wouldn't tolerate claims of insanity without airtight proof. The era of bosses hiding behind confusion was over. In 2003, facing mounting legal pressure and additional indictments, Gigante finally dropped the charade. Through his attorneys, he admitted in open court that his mental illness had been a hoaxer defense strategy meant to avoid trial. The admission stunned the courtroom. After 40 years of pretending, the lie had been punctured by the very man who created it. He died 2 years later, on December 19, 2005, at the Federal Medical Center in Springfield, Missouri. He was 77 years old. There was no dramatic ending, no cinematic shootout or final words of defiance. Just silence. The passing of a man who had rewritten the Mafia playbook for law enforcement, his death marked the end of an era. For the Mafia, it closed a chapter in the story of the most disciplined, mysterious, and enduring crime family in America. Vincent Gigante hadn't just fooled the public or the courts. He had created a myth, a portrait of lunacy that masked a mind sharper than steel. And in that myth was a lesson. Sometimes the most dangerous men wear not suits or guns, but slippers and shadows. The Oddfather didn't rage his way through power. He crept, he whispered, and in doing so he carved out one of the most elusive legacies in the annals of organized crime. His fall was not just the collapse of a man, but of an illusion, an empire built on silence and sanity, undone by truth. In the world of the Mafia, few ever saw it coming, but it came all the same. Chapter 20. The quiet transition after the Chin, when Vincent the Chin Gigante died in 2005. It wasn't just the passing of a man, it was the end of an era. For decades he had ruled the Genovese family from the shadows, an enigma, cloaked in bathrobes and feigned madness. His reign was defined by discipline, silence, and layers of protection. And when the act was finally exposed, the world watched the Genovese with one burning question. What happens now? The answer didn't come with fanfare or bloodshed. It came with quiet precision and internal reshuffling that was already in motion long before Gigante's final breath. Unlike the Gambinos or Colombos, The Genovese didn't believe in loud transitions. They didn't hold coronations or put their new bosses on display. They adapted with subtlety, ensuring their grip on power didn't waver for a second. At the heart of this quiet transition were two men: Daniel, Danny, the Lion, Leo, and Dominic, quiet Dom Cirillo. Both had spent decades inside the family, building reputations not through brutality or flamboyance, but through loyalty, discretion, and strategic thinking. They were the kind of men the Genovese valued: most reliable, silent, and smart enough to play the long game. Cirillo, a Bronx-based capo, had already been acting as a de facto street boss while Gigante was in prison. Law enforcement believed he had been part of the Genovese's ruling panel as early as the mid-1990s, managing day-to-day operations while Gigante maintained the illusion of mental incompetence. Cirillo was old school, careful with his words, insulated from exposure, and fiercely respected among the family's upper ranks. He rarely took phone calls. Messages passed through intermediaries. His meetings were private, his footprint almost invisible. But for those inside the organization, his authority was unquestioned. When Gigante's health declined, Cirillo didn't seize power, he absorbed it slowly. Methodically, he maintained continuity, ensuring that the Genovese stayed true to their traditional values. There were no headlines, no new power plays, just the same structure humming forward with almost mechanical efficiency. But Cirillo wasn't alone. Daniel Leo, another long-time Genovese figure, emerged as a critical piece of the post-Chin era. Based out of East Harlem, Leo was known as calm, calculated, and low-profile traits that made him a perfect fit for leadership in a time of heightened law enforcement scrutiny. When Cirillo briefly stepped back due to health issues, Leo reportedly took on a more active role. Together, they represented a dual-front leadership: Cirillo as the silent architect and Leo as the hands-on coordinator. Their reign was defined by the early 2000s, the Mafia's landscape had shifted dramatically. The commission was inactive. The days of flashy dons and public executions were over. RICO indictments had gutted the ranks of many families. The FBI was more sophisticated, more patient, and increasingly embedded in the world the Mafia once controlled. The Genovese leadership understood this and evolved. Instead of expanding into high-risk territories like drugs or weapons, they doubled down on traditional rackets: gambling, loan sharking, labor unions, and construction. But they did it smarter. They relied on buffers: intermediaries who kept the leadership 1 or 2 steps removed from the street. They used shell companies and cooperative businesses to launder money. They operated through whispers, not orders, and at every level they avoided the kind of flash that had brought down bosses like Gotti and Persico. Cirillo and Leo weren't infallible. Of course, law enforcement never took its eyes off them. In 2005, a major indictment named Cirillo as part of the family's administration, confirming what investigators had long suspected. But the charges didn't stick. He remained elusive, his role unconfirmed by enough witnesses to bring conviction. Leo, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. In 2007, Daniel Leo was indicted on racketeering charges tied to extortion, illegal gambling, and loan sharking. Prosecutors alleged that he had used violence and intimidation to collect debts and maintain control over lucrative criminal enterprises. After a lengthy legal battle, Leo pled guilty in 2008 and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. For many crime families, the loss of a top figure would trigger infighting or a power vacuum, but not the Genovese. True to form, they adapted. A ruling panel reportedly took over leadership responsibilities, continuing the family's long-standing tradition of decentralized power. No single boss emerged to take the spotlight. Instead, a group of senior capos, each loyal and disciplined, maintained the machine. Names like Ernest Ernie Muscarella, Pasquale Patti Falcetti, and others surfaced in surveillance and court documents. But no one individual rose high enough to become the face of the family. That was the point. This invisible governance structure made it nearly impossible for law enforcement to pin down a leader. It also allowed the Genovese to remain remarkably stable at a time when other families fractured under pressure. While the Bonannos dealt with a wave of turncoats and the Luccheses reeled from internal betrayal, the Genovese remained tight-lipped and loyal. The code of silence omerta still held strong. Much of that discipline could be traced back to Gigante's influence, but Cirillo and Leo had carried the torch well. They understood that survival didn't come from dominance, it came from discretion. By never declaring a single boss, they prevented the kind of singular target law enforcement loved to pursue. By rotating acting captains and creating layers of distance between street soldiers and upper management, they preserved the family's resilience. The Genovese even adjusted to the digital age, while many criminal organizations struggled with the advent of surveillance technology. The Genovese stayed rooted in face-to-face communication. They used coded language, burner phones, and a network of trusted couriers. Their refusal to engage in text messaging or emails set them apart and protected them from the kind of evidence that buried other bosses by the early 2010s. Cirillo had quietly retired from active leadership, his health declining further. Leo, having served his sentence, faded from headlines, but the legacy of their stewardship endured. They had guided the Genovese through a volatile era, navigating the fall of Gigante, the rise of federal surveillance, and the shifting landscape of organized crime without ever losing control, and that, in many ways, was their genius. The Genovese didn't seek to rebuild the glory days. They didn't chase media attention or attempt to reassert dominance over a world that had changed. They focused on survival, on quiet influence, on profit over pride, while law enforcement cracked the code on families like the Gambinos and Bonannos. The Genovese remained a fortress, a whisper in a bar, a nod at a union hall, a name that never appeared on paper but still controlled the deal. The post-Chin transition wasn't a rebirth. It was a continuation, a seamless passing of the baton that kept the organization alive and thriving in the face of every threat. And while the names of Leo and Cirillo might not resonate with the same intensity as Gotti or Castellano, they achieved something far rarer in the Mafia world. They endured in the shadows of prison walls and courtroom transcripts. The Genovese family reshaped itself once again. Untrue to form, the world barely noticed, because that's the way the family preferred it. Not with noise, not with headlines, but in silence. Always in silence. Chapter 21. Old Blood, New Faces, the modern Genovese structure in a world where so many criminal empires have crumbled under the weight of their own ego, greed, or betrayal. One name has continued to endure in near silence: the Genovese family. It's no longer the same beast it was during the reigns of Luciano, Gigante, or Cirillo. It has changed, reshaped by time and the pressure of modern law enforcement. And yet, at its core, the Genovese family remains one of the most disciplined, secretive, and quietly powerful organizations in the American underworld. Its strength today doesn't come from the muscle of hitmen or the swagger of street bosses. It comes from the old school, code-refined, and weaponized through decades of survival. By the 2020s, most mafia families had shrunk, their ranks gutted, by arrests, internal strife, and a loss of purpose in a world of digital footprints and forensic precision. But the Genovese family, true to its legacy, adapted with the same surgical precision that had kept it dominant for a century. Its leadership today is not made up of household names. These aren't flamboyant figures waving cigars on news cameras. These are shadows figures who operate behind layers of frontmen, buffers, and plausible deniability. The current leadership structure is thought to be as decentralized as ever. Law enforcement sources suggest that rather than having a single, all-powerful boss, the Genovese family continues to operate under a ruling panel or rotating administration. It's not a democracy. It's an oligarchy, senior capos with decades of loyalty and credibility sit at the table, quietly coordinating extortion rackets, gambling operations, and legitimate union interests across the city. They don't make public declarations. They don't make waves, but their fingerprints remain on the levers of New York's invisible machinery. Several names have surfaced in federal investigations, men like Pasquale Patsy Perello and aging Bronx capo whose name appeared in multiple indictments in the 2010s. There's also Eugene Rooster Onofrio, a reputed Genovese captain tied to racketeering charges across Connecticut and New York, and Laborio Barney Betmo, long suspected of being the real power behind the curtain, continues to linger in federal documents and wiretap transcripts. Never far from the conversation, but never quite caught red-handed. What binds them is not charisma, but structure, discipline, the Genovese way. Meetings are still held in coded terms. Orders are passed without names. Even now, in an age of facial recognition and geolocation, the family avoids unnecessary digital exposure. You don't text the Genovese, you don't email them, you don't call unless you're already dead to the world. Instead, they operate like they always have, through face-to-face communication, insulated lieutenants, and a culture of fear-respect that begins on the street and runs all the way to the top. They still dominate key sectors of the city. Construction, waste management, labor unions, and illegal gambling remain cornerstones of their economy. The internet age hasn't killed the numbers game. It's just moved it to a more discreet corner. Underground poker clubs still exist. Sports betting thrives, now mixed with both legal and illegal operations. And in every darkened back room, there was always someone paying tribute. What's changed most is the tone. The days of violent street messages are fewer. The Genovese learned long ago that blood draws heat. Where once a problem might have been solved with a bullet or a beating, now it might be solved with exile, a financial freeze, or a quiet conversation that feels less like a threat and more like a warning from someone who already knows too much. Their soldiers today are a mix of old blood and new faces. Some are descendants of the original Italian families, men raised in the neighborhood with fathers or uncles who were once button men themselves. Others are younger recruits brought in through business connections, men with clean records, professional covers, and the kind of discipline that doesn't get taught in prison yards. The Genovese no longer need men who are just tough. They need men who are smart, loyal, and invisible. The induction process, though rarer now, still exists. Becoming a made man in the Genovese family is not a right offered lightly. FBI sources say the ritual remains cloaked in Catholic symbolism, blood pricked from a finger, a saint's image burned in the hand, vows taken under candlelight. But the true initiation isn't the ceremony, it's the testing before it. A man must prove he can keep his mouth shut, that he can earn without drawing attention, that he will take prison time before giving up names. In this family, silence is still worth more than gold. Despite the family's enduring structure, law enforcement has not stopped its pursuit. The FBI and DOJ continue to investigate Genovese-linked enterprises, often using RICO statutes to bundle together years of alleged criminal activity, but prosecutions are harder now. The old bosses are dead or retired. The new ones don't speak on phones. Surveillance only reveals what the family allows. And even when cases are brought, the jury boxes fill with citizens who no longer feared the Mafia like they once did. To many, it's an old legendary echo of the past. But to those still inside, it's very real. Even today, the Genovese are believed to oversee operations that stretch beyond New York. Their influence reaches into New Jersey, Connecticut, and parts of Massachusetts. They've adapted to a world of corporate fraud, offshore accounts, and legal gray zones. They've co-opted businesses, kept politicians at a comfortable distance, and maintained a mystique that makes it difficult for even insiders to know exactly who's pulling the strings. And perhaps that's their greatest legacy, the ability to exist without being seen. Unlike other families, they don't chase headlines or grandstanding. There's no Teflon Don in the Genovese vocabulary, no flashy suits, no tabloid trials. Instead, there is a quiet hum of continuity, a machine that has endured wars, indictments, betrayals, and death, and still keeps moving. The younger generation, those who inherit the name, the tradition, and the burden, are trained in the same code. They are not told to expand. They are told to survive, to hold the line, to understand that power is not in being feared, but in being unknown. To outsiders, the Genovese family may seem dormant, silent, passive, but silence has always been their greatest weapon. And in that silence, deals are made, orders are given, power is preserved. The old blood still runs through their veins, but the faces have changed, less familiar, more strategic, less loud, more lethal. The men who lead now may never make the news, but their shadows touch every corner of the criminal economy that still pulses through the northeast. In a city that never sleeps, they remain the quiet giants, not forgotten, not gone, just watching. Chapter 22. The family that doesn't flip in the long and turbulent history of American organized crime. Few phenomena have been as disruptive or as effective as the turncoat, the cooperating witness, the informant, the insider who decides. The price of freedom is worth more than the weight of blood oaths and tradition. From Sammy the Bull Gravano of the Gambino family to Joe Valachi of the Genovese itself, history is littered with made men who broke the code of silence to save themselves. In some cases, they brought down entire regimes. They exposed bosses, revealed rackets, shattered illusions. But in the case of the Genovese family, the narrative diverges, because for all their crimes, all their decades of control, the Genovese remain the least infiltrated of New York's 5 families, and that's no accident. They've been called the Ivy League of organized crime, the most secretive, the most disciplined, the least flashy. While other families courted headlines or let their egos bleed into the streets, the Genovese understood early that silence wasn't just a code, it was a weapon, and they wielded it masterfully. To flip a member of the Genovese isn't just rare, it's nearly unheard of, and that statistic has made them one of the most resilient criminal organizations in American history. It starts with recruitment. The Genovese don't make soldiers for show. They don't hand out promotions to unstable, tough guys or big mouths eager for prestige. Every man who takes the oath has been vetted, watched, tested, and evaluated for years. Loyalty isn't assumed. It's proven. A man may be earning for the family for a decade before he's even considered for induction. And once inside, the expectations are crystal clear. Speak little, act smart, and remember that survival depends on keeping your mouth shut. Not just from the law, but from everyone. The structure of the Genovese family reinforces this culture. While other crime families often follow a pyramid structure with a clear boss at the top, the Genovese have refined a decentralized model. Power is divided among panels, buffers, and trusted lieutenants. Even high-ranking members often don't know the full extent of the family's reach or who is truly pulling the strings. This compartmentalization ensures that if one man flips, the damage is limited. No one person knows enough to destroy the whole. But perhaps more importantly, flipping carries a weight within the Genovese that goes beyond death. It brings shame. It erases everything a man has worked for. The Genovese culture instills a kind of quiet honor among its ranks. You don't flip because you don't want to be the man who took down his own. And more than in any other family, that peer pressure holds strong. It's not loyalty born of fear. It's loyalty born of pride, legacy, and the quiet, ever-present understanding that this thing of ours is bigger than any one man. There are, of course, exceptions. Joe Valachi famously broke the code in the 1960s after being targeted by a death order and facing a life sentence. His testimony before the U.S. Senate opened the door to the modern federal war against organized crime. But Valachi wasn't a boss or even a capo. He was a soldier, and his revelations, while historic, did not destroy the family. If anything, they made the Genovese smarter, more insulated. After Valachi, the family went further underground. Meetings moved to parks, to walk-in talks, to private rooms with white noise machines and no electronics. The Genovese learned not to expose their hierarchy again. Law enforcement, of course, hasn't stopped trying. For decades, FBI agents have embedded informants in Mafia crews, planted bugs in clubhouses, flipped bookies and bagmen. And in nearly every family, those tactics have borne fruit. The Gambinos fell when Gravano flipped. The Bonanos were gutted. by undercover agents like Joe Peaston, the Lucchese were riddled with betrayal from within. But with the Genovese, the wiretaps come back empty. The informants know only fragments, and the ones who might know more, they stay quiet. Part of that resilience stems from the Genovese approach to internal discipline. The family is notorious for weeding out potential problems before they become threats. If a soldier talks too much, if a capo draws too much attention, if a new recruit seems unreliable, they're cut off or worse, before they can do damage. There's no tolerance for wildcards. The Genovese don't tolerate cowboys. They tolerate ghosts. Then there's the handling of conflict. In other families, disputes sometimes escalate into internal war. Factions splinter, bodies fall, and federal eyes descend on the chaos. But the Genovese avoid public bloodshed. Problems are handled quietly through diplomacy or quiet removal. There's no need for dramatics, no need to send a message. The message is already understood. Betray the family, and your name becomes ash. Another factor is generational grooming. Many current Genovese members are sons, nephews, or cousins of former wise guys. They've grown up steeped in the code, surrounded by men who lived and died by it. This bloodline loyalty adds another layer of resistance to flipping. To betray the family isn't just to betray your crew, it's to betray your own blood. The reward system also plays a part. The Genovese family is known for taking care of its own. When a man goes to prison, his family is supported. Money gets delivered. Legal fees are handled. The message is clear. Do your time, keep your mouth shut, and you'll be taken care of. There's honor in standing tall, and that honor still means something. Even in the rare moments when Genovese members have been caught on tape or brought up on serious charges, cooperation is scarce. In a 2016 racketeering case that swept up over 40 mobsters from several families, including the Genovese prosecutors, faced a familiar challenge. No one was talking. Even with lengthy indictments and detailed surveillance, the Genovese defendants maintained the wall of silence. That silence has consequences. It makes prosecution harder. It forces the government to rely on circumstantial evidence, wiretaps, and long-term surveillance rather than testimony. It means more trials, more appeals, fewer convictions. And it means the Genovese, decade after decade, continue to rebuild. To be clear, the Genovese aren't invincible. They've lost members, they've seen indictments. They've felt the weight of the RICO statute and the eyes of the FBI, but unlike others, they have weathered the storm without collapse. Their structure remains intact, their leadership continues to evolve, and most critically, their core code omerta remains. Largely unbroken. In today's world, where loyalty is often fleeting and personal gain can outweigh tradition, the Genovese model seems like an anomaly. But perhaps that's why they've endured. They haven't tried to modernize too quickly. They haven't chased influence in flashy ways. They've maintained the values that once defined all of La Cosa Nostra: discipline, silence, and the understanding that the family comes first. The Genovese family may not be what it once was. The days of Luciano, Gigante, and Cirillo are over. The neighborhoods have changed. The streets are filled with different languages, different faces, and new kinds of crime. But in the corner of every bar, in the back room of every union hall, in the hushed whispers of men who still wear gold pinky rings and carry the weight of history in their eyes. The name Genovese still means something, and the reason it still means something, the reason it still commands fear and respect, isn't because of guns or territory. It's because of silence, because they are the family that doesn't flip. Chapter 23. The Genovese Code. Secrets, Silence, Survival. The Genovese family has been called many things: dangerous, untouchable, but, above all, it has been called quiet. In a criminal world where volume often equates to power, where mobsters once flaunted their wealth and flexed their notoriety in the streets and in headlines, the Genovese chose another route, one forged not in bravado but in secrecy, one maintained not by muscle alone but by a culture so finely tuned, so methodically enforced, that it has withstood the full force of law enforcement for nearly a century. The Genovese didn't just build an empire, they built a system rooted in three absolutes: secrets, silence, and survival. That system, the Genovese Code, isn't written in books. It isn't scrawled in ledgers or passed down in ceremony. It is lived, taught, reinforced in every whispered conversation, in every silent glance exchanged between a soldier and his capo. And it begins with the most sacred principle: never speak. Silence, for the Genovese, is not merely a tactic. It is the foundation upon which all else is built, from the lowest associate to the highest boss. The expectation is clear: speak only when necessary, and never about the family. No names, no titles, no business. A nod means more than a sentence. A glance can carry the weight of a command. And for those who violate that expectation, the consequences are swift and absolute. This silence extends even beyond the grave. Former members who've died behind prison walls took their knowledge with them. Men who once controlled multi-million rackets vanished into history without ever giving up a single detail. They could have traded secrets for lighter sentences, for book deals, for fame, but they didn't, because in the Genovese family, silence is currency, silence is honor, silence is survival, but silence alone does not preserve a dynasty. There is another element: control. The Genovese culture has long emphasized internal regulation. Men are not promoted based on brutality or charisma. They are promoted based on loyalty, discipline, and discretion. A soldier might be capable of violence, but he is not encouraged to be reckless. A capo might control a neighborhood, but he is not permitted to seek attention. Every man must know his place and stay in it. This kind of internal order is enforced through subtle channels. Meetings are kept small and controlled. Communication is filtered through layers of buffers. No one speaks directly to a boss unless they've earned that privilege, and, even then, the conversation is likely brief, indirect, and encoded. The fewer who know, the fewer who can betray. The Genovese also cultivated a unique philosophy around business. Where other families might have leaned into flashy ventures or chaotic street-level crimes, the Genovese always preferred operations that offered structure, profit, and deniability. Construction, unions, gambling, extortion wrapped in the skin of legitimate business. They didn't chase fast money, they built slow, steady empires, often embedded in the very systems meant to oppose them. This preference for structure has long protected them, from the kind of internal collapse that plagued other crime families. The Genovese don't erupt into civil war at the drop of a hat. They don't air dirty laundry or allow factionalism to spiral into chaos. Disputes are handled in-house with mediation, compromise, or quiet removal. If blood must be spilled, it is done without witnesses, without headlines. The streets stay clean even when the message has been sent. Their use of front bosses and acting captains adds another layer of insulation. The real decision-makers often operate behind a fucadel, letting others take the legal heat while they remain untouched. This tactic, refined over decades, makes it nearly impossible for law enforcement to build a complete picture. Who's really in charge? Who gave the order? Who's running the operation? Even federal investigators often find themselves chasing shadows, unsure whether the man they've wiretapped is a player or just a pawn. And in the few instances when a Genovese member does face charges, the family moves quickly to distance itself. Legal fees are covered, families are supported, but the message is clear: protect the code or be cut off. The man who testifies against the family is not just marked Hayes, erased. What truly sets the Genovese apart, however, is their long view mindset. While other families measure power in immediate earnings or body counts, the Genovese measure it in decades. They don't need to dominate every racket. They just need to maintain a piece of the pie quietly and without interference. If a federal investigation heats up, they pull back. Let it cool, wait. Patience is not weakness, it is strategy, and that patience has allowed them to outlast their rivals again and again. The Genovese family also maintains its strength through selective inclusion. Not everyone is allowed in. Unlike gangs that recruit widely, the Genovese are meticulous. Bloodlines, temperament, reliability, every factor is weighed. Induction is rare and deliberate. Once you're in, you're expected to uphold not only the traditions of La Cosa Nostra, but the specific brand of it that belongs to the Genovese. That brand demands more than loyalty. It demands invisibility. This culture has not gone unnoticed. Law enforcement has long referred to the Genovese as the Rolls-Royce of the Mafia, clean, polished, and impossibly hard to infiltrate. While dozens of Gambino and Bonanno members have turned government informant over the years, the number of Genovese defectors remains strikingly low. Prosecutors have described their frustration cases are often built on surveillance, not cooperation. Trials are complicated by a lack of testimony, and even when convictions occur, the broader structure remains intact. Even the FBI, with its massive surveillance infrastructure and RICO toolkit, has struggled to dismantle the Genovese. In some investigations, agents have been forced to build cases one conversation at a time, gathering fragments over years, hoping to connect enough dots to bring charges that stick. But the deeper they dig, the more they discover a web designed to withstand pressure. It's a culture that resists betrayal at every turn. Associates are kept on the outside. Soldiers are taught to know only what they need. Capos don't ask questions they shouldn't. And even bosses, when cornered, rarely break the pattern. They stonewall, they deny, they wait out the storm. To the public, this level of secrecy might seem like fiction, a story built for television. But to those inside law enforcement, it's a maddening daily reality. The Genovese family doesn't just avoid the spotlight. They thrive in the shadows, and it's not just about fear. It's about belief. There is still a cultural pride within the Genovese family, a belief that they are the standard bearers of the old ways, that while others fell to vanity or sloppiness, they preserved the sanctity of the life. They walk quietly, because that's how power survives. In the final analysis, the Genovese Code is more than a set of rules. It is a philosophy, a worldview, one that prizes silence over glory, patience over ambition, structure over chaos. And it's this philosophy that has allowed them to remain the last true dynasty in American organized crime. They are not immortal. Time will test them, as it tests all institutions. But for now, as city blocks change and names fade into history, the Genovese family remains. Not because they were the most violent, not because they were the richest, but because they understood one truth better than anyone else. You don't have to be seen to control everything. You just have to know how to disappear, never speak. Chapter 24. Crimes Without Headlines. Low-key Mafia Tactics Today. There was a time when the Mafia's work screamed from every front page in America. Car bombs lit the night sky. Bodies were found in trunks. Union bosses disappeared, and juries were bought in broad daylight. It was loud, dramatic, and unmistakable. But that era is gone. The suits have gotten quieter, the weapons subtler, and the headlines, those rarely come anymore. Yet, the Genovese family, silent as ever, is still there, still earning, still adapting. Because, in the world of organized crime, the loudest players are often the first to fall. And no one understands that better than the family that perfected the art of not being seen. While many assume the mob's influence has faded into memory, law enforcement insiders and federal indictments quietly suggest otherwise. The Genovese family no longer relies on shakedowns at the corner bar or fixing boxing matches. Their tactics have evolved. Their fingers now reach into modern industries' fraud schemes, healthcare scams, cybercrime, and highly technical extortion rackets that avoid the spotlight and leave no bullet casings behind. One of the most lucrative fronts in recent years has been healthcare. It's a massive, sprawling system complex, overregulated and ripe with loopholes. The Genovese don't need to own hospitals. They just need to control billing operations, forge medical supply deals, or place trusted individuals in management positions at clinics and transportation companies. They create fake patients, bill Medicare for services never rendered, skim profits from legitimate home care visits, and funnel kickbacks through shell companies. It's white-collar crime dressed in doctor's coats, and it generates millions. With minimal exposure, federal investigations into these schemes often begin with irregular billing patterns, but by the time agents get close, the structure has shifted. Businesses are dissolved, records vanish, and the trail runs cold. The Genovese structure thrives on this kind of mobility. They don't anchor themselves to a single operation. If one enterprise begins to feel hot, they move on, quietly, efficiently, untraceably. In some cases, they don't even need a soldier present. They use civilian fronts-and-witting or compromised professionals who carry out orders without ever knowing who truly controls them. An accountant receives instructions through a consultant. A pharmacy owner meets with a retired businessman about a funding deal. Each piece appears benign on its own, but when connected, they form the outline of a racket designed to funnel government money straight into Genovese pockets. Then there's cybercrime. The very idea seems antithetical to the Mafia's traditional image, but the Genovese are nothing if not adaptable. While they may not run cyber operations themselves, they form alliances contracting freelance hackers, bribing employees at data firms, or extorting digital businesses the same way they once extorted restaurants and garment. FACTORIESA, data breach becomes leverage. A stolen password becomes a threat. The victim pays not because they fear hackers, but because someone just showed up at their home or called their spouse. The Genovese understand that behind every cybercrime there's a human target. And where there's fear, there's opportunity. In recent years, federal prosecutors have quietly identified several schemes involving ransomware, fake identity rings, and online gambling operations that trace back indirectly to Genovese influence. The beauty of these crimes is their distance. The bosses don't need to understand code. They just need to control the people who do. Yet, for all their innovation, some methods never change. Extortion remains a core pillar of Genovese earnings only now. It's dressed in modern suits and executed with a lawyer's precision. Contractors are still forced to pay a percentage to operate. Union leaders still take envelopes to award bids. Only now the threats are rarely spoken. They're implied. A business loses permits, a supplier gets spooked, a competitor suddenly gets access to a better deal. The pressure is quiet, calculated, and relentless. Law enforcement, of course, is not blind to these operations. In 2022 and 2023, several Genovese associates were indicted on racketeering charges tied to loan sharking, union corruption, and healthcare fraud. But what was most telling wasn't who got charged, was who didn't. The upper structure of the Genovese family remained untouched, because the Genovese don't leave fingerprints, they leave silence. Even in courtrooms, defendants tied to the family rarely cooperate. Their lawyers speak in vague terms. The charges are complex. The evidence paper trails, phone records, coded text messages is difficult to explain to a jury. And without witnesses from within, the cases often stall or yield minor convictions. This ability to avoid major prosecution stems from a critical Genovese principle, compartmentalization. Each player knows only what they need to know. A collector might not know who gave the loan. A middleman might not know who approved the deal. The real decision-makers hide behind layers of buffers, just as they did during the days of Vincent the Chin Gigante. In fact, the Genovese today continue to operate under a structure that mimics Gigante's era. Front bosses, hidden panels, and strategic silence. It's a model that has outlived surveillance, RICO indictments, and even the digital age. One former federal prosecutor once described the Genovese family as a shadow with teeth. They're present, but almost impossible to catch. They exist in whispers, bank accounts, phone relays, and second-hand conversations in upscale restaurants. They no longer rely on street corners. Their racket is embedded in systems the average person uses every day. Another crucial tactic in their modern playbook is the use of legitimate businesses that Genovese own or influence companies in construction, logistics, waste management, and finance. These businesses offer cover, clean revenue, and access to city contracts. They can donate to politicians, hire family members, and move money in ways that don't raise alarms. A city official might meet with a businessman over zoning laws, not realizing the deal was arranged by someone with a mugshot buried deep in the FBI's files. Perhaps the most telling sign of the Genovese family's evolution is this: they don't need violence to maintain control. The threat is implied. The power lies in reputation, not retaliation. A single raised eyebrow from the right man can shut down a conversation. That's not weakness, it's strength honed over generations. The ability to command without speaking, to collect without threats, to dominate without leaving blood in the street that said the Genovese still carry the capacity for violence. When absolutely necessary, they act. But it's not the first tool in the kit, it's the last, used only when silence has failed. And that restraint is what makes them truly dangerous. Because the enemy who speaks too soon can be countered. But the one who watches, waits, and smiles, that one is already 5 steps ahead. In an age where the Mafia has become the subject of documentaries, TV shows, and fading headlines, the Genovese remain real. Not as a relic of the past, but as a quiet force in the present. They no longer control New York with blood and bullets. They control it through connections, systems, and silence. They are not chasing the spotlight. They are not writing memoirs. They are not posting on social media. They are listening, watching, earning, and for every scheme that's uncovered. There are likely a dozen more, buried deep, protected by layers of legality, anonymity, and fear. The rackets may have changed. The faces may be newer. But the core philosophy endures. Stay quiet, stay smart, and never let them see you coming. Because in today's world, the most successful criminals are not the ones who dominate the headlines. They're the ones you never read about at all. Chapter 25. The silent giants endure in the dimly lit corridors of American history. Few criminal empires have left a shadow as deep and enduring as the Genovese family. They didn't just thrive, they adapted. They didn't merely survive, they transcended. Where other families collapsed under the weight of wiretaps, turncoats, and federal crackdowns, the Genovese endured. They endured through silence, through structure, and through an unwavering commitment to the code that made them. What they are: the most secretive, the most disciplined, the most feared. They were never the loudest, but they were always the last to leave the room. As the final chapter of this story unfolds, it's clear that their legacy is not one of headline bloodshed or flamboyant bosses posing for cameras. It's a legacy of quiet dominance, of shadows cast long over city blocks, courtrooms, and boardrooms. The Genovese family became more than a criminal syndicate. They became a system, one that, even today, operates with the subtle precision of a machine built to outlive its creators. From the narrow alleys of East Harlem to the boardrooms of Manhattan skyscrapers, the Genovese left fingerprints on the bones of New York, not because they wanted recognition, but because they understood power, real power, the kind that doesn't crave attention, the kind that doesn't need to declare itself to be obeyed, the kind that whispers orders and watches them ripple through the underworld. Untouched by attribution, their story began with Sicilian blood and Neapolitan roots. With immigrants who brought more than their hopes to America, they brought the foundation of something darker, something destined to root itself in the cracks of a growing empire. Giuseppe Morello laid the first stones, hard and brutal. Then came Lucky Luciano, who shaped it with vision and ruthlessness. Vito Genovese solidified it, quietly replacing legacy with longevity. And Vincent the Chin Gigante perfected the mask, cloaking power in madness and leading without ever standing tall. Each leader brought a new evolution, but none veered from the sacred path. Control was never chaotic, ambition was never reckless, and blood, when it had to be spilled, was done so silently, with no fanfares, on an empty chair, and a message received. As the decades turned, the Genovese moved with them. Prohibition gave way to labor racketeering. The docks became data. The clubs became construction. The bookmakers became brokers. The rackets changed, but the rhythm stayed the same. Always low-key, always layered, always built to last. While federal agencies targeted mafia heads with the fury of 1,000 agents, the Genovese slipped past them, shielded by buffers, buried behind fronts, and protected by a culture that demanded silence even in the face of death. This culture, more than any single boss or business, is what has kept them alive. A culture where no one talks, where no one needs to be told twice, where power is handed off like a sacred heirloom and titles are worn lightly, almost invisibly. It is not loyalty built on fear alone, it is loyalty rooted in identity. For those born into this world, the Genovese name is not just a flag, it is a bloodline of purpose. Even when the law pierced their armor, the family didn't shatter. When Gigante finally fell, it was not with screams or betrayal, it was with the quiet stoicism of a man who understood that the throne had never been about him. It was about the institution, the code, the lineage. Others would step up, others would disappear into the same role, operating with discretion, maintaining the machinery, never reaching too far, never speaking too loudly. In the years that followed, other families suffered splinters and informants, but the Genovese remained intact, wounded, perhaps, but never bleeding out. Their structure allowed them to absorb losses, to pivot when needed, to shrink when pressured, and expand when ignored. Like a living organism, they adapted to their environment, blending in, rooting deeper. Today, they no longer dominate headlines. There are no major RICO trials tearing apart their hierarchy, no high-profile shootouts or bodies found in barrels. But the absence of noise is not the absence of presence. In fact, it's the strongest evidence that they still exist, still functioning, still profiting, still feared. You can see it in the quiet takeover of a union local, in the subtle manipulation of a construction bid, in the unspoken favor owed by a businessman who can't quite explain why he's paying an extra fee every month. These are not the flashy crimes of the past. They are refined, clinical, and almost invisible. Ask those who know, the federal agents who have chased ghosts through wiretaps and paperwork, the prosecutors who've tried to find witnesses who never appear, the victims who feel pressure but can't quite name the source. They'll tell you the same thing. The Genovese haven't gone away. They've just gotten smarter, quieter, harder to find. There's a reason why they are still called the Ivy League of organized crime. Not because they are educated, but because they are strategic, calculated, selective, and always thinking. In terms of decades, not days, their influence too, extends far beyond crime. It's felt in politics, in real estate, in union halls, in the way cities are built and contracts are awarded, not because they control everything, but because they've mastered the art of owning just enough, just the right piece of the puzzle, just the right pressure point. Even now, as the FBI continues its relentless work, there's a quiet acknowledgement in every task force. Taking down the Genovese is not a ride, it's a war of attrition. It's a chess game played in fog. And while the Bureau has notched victories, the family continues to play. The silent fear they command is not rooted in violence, it is rooted in inevitability. The knowledge that somewhere, someone is still pulling strings, that a request might be made, that a debt might be called in, and when it is, refusal will not be an option, not because of threats, but because of history, because of reputation, because of the ghost-like permanence of a name that never needed to shout to be heard. The Genovese have outlived newspapers, television, even the internet age of whistleblowers and leaks. They are not chasing fame. They are not building empires of steel. They are curating a legacy of silence, one that moves through generations like an inherited instinct, a tradition whispered rather than written. So what does the future hold? Will they fall like the rest? Will technology expose them? Will changing generations erode the code? Perhaps, but history suggests otherwise. History suggests that while the names may change, the rhythm will not. That even as cities rise and fall, as courts convict and laws tighten, there will always be a place for quiet power, for influence exercised not in front of cameras, but behind closed doors. The Genovese family are not just criminals, they are craftsmen of control, architects of an empire with no towers, no walls, only shadows, and in those shadows they endure because, in the end, it wasn't the blood or the money that made them giants. It was the silence, always the silence, and the silence still speaks.